I believe it's time to look into Erica Kirk. Hello everyone, I'm Lady Zelda, and it's time for us to look into Erica Kirk. She is the wife of Charlie Kirk, who lost his life tragically September 10th of 2025. Today is September the 28th, it's Sunday, and it's 2025. There are a lot of questions, and I want to look for answers just like you do. There's a lot of information, a lot of misinformation, a lot of propaganda out there, and I want to get some answers to some of the questions. We're not going to be able to get them all answered, not in this reading. We'll probably do another one on top of this, but Erica is a Scorpio, November 20th. And this is interesting because this is the significator card for a Scorpio. This flag that this person, if you will, is carrying, it is the harvest flag. It's karma. So we're reading for Erica. I have multiple decks. Charlie Kirk is a Libra, born October 14th. And we're going to start out by laying out two of these Lenormand decks to get a foundation. Okay. Okay. Let me put these to the side. So here we have the 6. We have 40. Okay. The Kings, 2 personas, but this is definitely a storm in life. And the Fish, well, and this would represent, you know, it's, I'm going to say this, and many times there are 2 sides to us. This represents Charlie Kirk, swimming in directions, trying to be mutable, but not a water sign. Isn't that interesting? It's an air element, but look at this. A king above a creation and yet stormy. That's what I get as far as turning point. That gives us a solid. And I think many of you know who have followed this. Pardon me, I hit the camera, my fault. Many of you know who have followed this, that there has been a development, or there was a development, September 2nd, a week before Charlie lost his life, in which he was going to set up a Doge-type committee within to get an idea of what was going on with Turning Point finances, and there we are, 2. Now look, this card is representing a bridge. Justice is coming, bridge, but what type of justice? I have that question. And look, at the bottom of the deck, unexpected. Now, people are asking about these. This is my deck. I created this deck. You can't find this. It's not available in stores. Unexpected. Now, when I say a bridge, when a card comes out like this, it's literally, for me, a bridge. It's getting from one situation to another. So I believe he was on the road to finding out what was going on internally into Turning Point. Do I believe that there were funds stolen? Yes. Yes, I do. And then what? The unexpected happened. But we're asking about Erica. Now, the questions I have is, and look, I'm not going to get political. It's not about that. I want to know what the Erica that we've seen in public lately. I'm just going to say that. Is this the real public? Is this the real Erica that has been in public? Is this the real... That answer is yes. The Emperor card. Sign of Aries. The answer is yes, this is a Gemini. But it shows that she was definitely the wife, the lover, the mate, the partner of Charlie. But there needed to be a healing in the financial part. Things came tumbling down, obviously. But now there's a road going on, looking forward, looking out beyond. And the Emperor, an Aries possible person, but this persona of someone that is stoic, in control, powerful, compassionate, and passionate about what sets forth, what is going forward with experience. Someone who has the knowledge, has the ability to have judgment, and yet, if strength is needed, definitely is. We're going to put this to the side. So it's saying that that is the real Erica. You know, she looks different, and sometimes grief can do that to us. But we'll see. This is just laying a foundation. Expectation. Okay. So she had an expectation of a fake person. Wow. And then there was travel. 4. Work. 4 work. Toil and labor. She was putting together something, and now she does, and definitely going through some change. I mean, okay, so we're confirming that on the bottom of this despair. Okay, we understand that. But you know, I've been hearing things about a background of her. Tell us, we need to know. What she does. She's giving people hope. After that incident. And a widow. So it's showing me here that she's not feel. Oh. Now some of you say that she has announced this. I've not seen it. I've looked. I know there's a lot of speculation out there that she is expecting. This is the second reading. The first one was on Charlie Kirk, if you want to go back and reference that. But we have a baby here. Now, I'm going to say that she will be an if she is, and if this is causing illness, I will tell you there will be an announcement in October. That might be amazing to have it October 14th on the birthday of Charlie. This is something that she is forming and considered a gift. But, you know, there's just something there. Listen, I'm all for her. That is her significator card right there. How she's feeling now, and there she is. Okay. So this is telling me, obviously, she's made sacrifices from the separation, but here she's turned into this particular persona. lump sum of money, education, and isolation. So it looks like she's going to stay behind the scenes for a little while. Changes within the home, career, job, but they are positive for her. There's something more here. I can't put my finger on it. There's something more. Look at that guy comes up again. So that's significant. So there's someone taking over the head of. There's someone here. And a brand new beginning. And this Empress card, the counterpart of the Emperor. Oh. This card indicates a pregnancy. Or can. It's also a brand new beginning. So I'm just going to say this. This is coming up a lot. And of course, we've got a brand new beginning. She has a brand new beginning because her sign shows that for you Scorpios out there, you also know if something ends abruptly, there's a new beginning abruptly. And I think that your sign are one of the top 3 that can adjust into a brand new beginning quickly. Not that you leave the past behind. Something else. Show us about this Emperor and Empress. I'm going to move these over here. Show us about the Emperor and the Empress. So what is happening within Turning Point right now? Queen of Wands. There's some intuition that is not Erica. Show us more about this Queen of Wands. It's a fire element, opening doors, opening instinct, opening ideas in a creative, oh boy, I think I know who that is. That came, I always take the first and the back, the last and the one on top. So while there is peace for one, but this Judgment card, I always love to call the discernment. Because we are supposed to be standing in judgment in some particular way. It's an announcement. However, this is a discernment. And you see how the wings go off the frame of the card. This is bigger than what we thought. And this is a card of people waking up. Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. And I'm sorry. I hit that. I get excited. I'm sorry. And I hit the camera. These cards fell out. We're going to do that again. Memories. And the card on the top, Queen of Cups, that is Erica. She's a water sign. But this bridge, the bridge is what? The bridge of this card. The stolen. This is the bridge. There were funds stolen. Someone knew about it. I'm going to tell you who I believe this person is. I believe that is Candace Owens. And this is being shown to the world, as we know. The Hermit, also a Virgo. At the bottom of the deck is another king, royalty, King of Cups. Someone taking over, but is heart-filled. he is more, this Emperor card is more stoic. But the King of Cups is more emotional, a domestic type gentleman that loves home, family. But this is not Charlie Kirk. Lots of memories, pardon me here, that coincide with this Queen of Cups. She holds on to the memories and emotion, and yet now is creating new. The creation is part of it, but this card here, tell us more about this Queen of Wands. And you see this, you see the kitty there. That little face. Green highs and all. You see the little kitty. You see the gut instinct. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, there's more information that's going to be coming out about money stolen, about who did this. Look at this. Look at the pairs that we have. The King of Wands. The King of Wands, putting things in motion, fire element, and energy to get ready, but perhaps go in an opposite direction. Wanting not a takeover, but a command. You see this little fellow here? He is a salamander. That is the spirit animal for the fire element of the wands. The reason being is because this little salamander, metaphorically speaking, we don't know, of course we're not going to try, is said to go through fire and come out unsinged. So somebody is involved here that feels that they are involved with something, and they're going to come out of things they feel without a ramification. This card, someone who has been, I don't know, blinded by a particular situation. It also can be someone that, if sometimes we are our own worst enemies, but I don't think this is Erica in that particular stance. This is definitely something that she can get out of, but the swords are communications, they're air elements, and they're double-edged swords. They can cut both ways, meaning they can heal or they can tear down. But I feel that someone has been stepping in and wanting a takeover, wanting to eliminate a particular situation. This Hermit card with a 6-pointed star in his lantern, that is the Star of Solomon. Another card of experience, travels. And now at the top, can be a Virgo, but now, wait, let me see something here. Did we have a Virgo? This can be a Virgo element, but that's the persona that she has taken on right now, and this can be a child. There's a separation, many sacrifices that, okay, so let me just say this. My interpretation, without fact, my interpretation is there were some mishandlings of funds, of money within the corporation. This is showing me that they wanted to get to the bottom of it. There was a plan. They were going to find out, or Charlie was going to find out something, and then this bridge of stolen money comes about, or a bridge about money. I believe it's been stolen. And then the unexpected happens, September 10th. of this year. There's two more cards here I want to make sure I get out. Large lump sums of money, but isolation now for Erica. Why is the isolation happening? Working on things, and I do believe she is in a recovery state from the events that happened on September 10th. But again, it shows a baby. Now, we have this, where is she? This beautiful Empress, which is also a sign of pregnancy, but also new beginning, just like the baby. But there's an offering. And this, I believe, is Candace Owens asking people to wake up, believing that there is a falsehood. I need a bigger table, don't I? Let's see what the cards are. This is Charlie. That was in this pile under here that fell out. On the bottom, because I always take the one on the bottom that falls and on the top. Oh boy, this is getting interesting, my darlings. This is Charlie. This is the significator card for a Libra. Was up nuts, concerned, thinking about, not worried, but enough concern that he needed to take action. He was very trusting with people. And I think that in some regard got him trouble. But intuitively, he started taking matters into his own hands. Yeah, that we wanted Erica. We're getting the whole picture now. There's definitely going to be a part 2, so stay tuned. So this was the energy of both Erica and Charlie saying it's time to mark our boundaries, to creatively figure out what is happening and where this money has gone. Candace Owens knew about this. She has the receipts of a letter, an interdepartment or a memo from Turning Point saying that they were going to have a committee to look into this. The Moon card, very, very interesting, and I'm going to show you why. The sign of Pisces, using intuition, clarity, gut instinct, but I want to show you something here, my darlings. Take a look at this. Do you see this in the background? This symbolization on this card can mean entering. I can hardly say it. Entering into heaven. And this card, obviously, is how sometimes people react. You have people that have fallen away. You have someone there that is begging for himself. And then you have these innocent little children standing there wondering what is happening. And you have this figure here that is taking his time and not in a hurry. But there is karma. There's a harvest. But you see in the background is the goal to reach the gates. We have an indication here because see, there's a little doggy, there's a coyote, but it's to show us that even the animals have particular goals. Even we know, and even this little crusty guy here who brain capability is not into reasoning, sorry buddy, knows that there's a goal. And it's not sometimes the straight and narrow, and it can lead to the path 24/7, 365, day and night, night and day, unpredictably crossing the gates. I'm going to leave that together because I believe it is this person. who's not going to stop. It shows she's not going to stop. She's not going to stop. Give us a final message, please, for this particular reading. We're going to be back. So, yes, it does show that that is the Erica. I had questions about that, but grief, look at this. This card comes out again. Grief does that to us. And high honor, yes. She and Charlie both have received a high honor. Do I want to say there's something going on behind the scenes? Yes. Yes. And yes, we're going to see this come out. Stay tuned. The month of October is going to be filled with information coming out. Someone younger. That is Erica. There's the 10 of Hearts again, wanting the home. That is a woman understanding money, and another younger person. So there are people surrounding her, but lots of isolation and a gamble. And a gamble this past summer. Yeah, because Charlie lost his life in summer, right before the fall equinox. But this is a gamble. And I'm not talking about a casino gamble. It was a gamble figuring out this bridge. Going from you knowing or thinking that you know to you knowing and having the inevitable happen there. At the bottom of the deck, more cards that show isolation from Erica. Let's get some final cards from the House of Zelda deck. Missing information. The key to unlock information. For those of you who ask, I make these bracelets. Pardon me. And when I'm reading situations like this, it's always about the missing key. Pardon me, I hit the camera again. To know me is to love me. Thank you for your understanding. The key, there's always a key to discovery, always a key to situations, always a key that will take you, that will unlock the door. And yes, rightfully so, at the bottom of the deck, things are heating up. And Candace will not let this go. But Candace, because of this, will start having her own problems. Let's get some timing. That's amazing, isn't it? So the 22nd of September was significant, and the 22nd of October will definitely be significant. October is definitely a month. Watch for it. I'm not going to let this go. There will be more developments, my darlings. And there's more on Charlie that I want to read. So let's stay vigilant. Be watchmen. Let me know in the comments what it is you would like to know about Charlie and Erica, or now knowing there's some things I can't talk about on here. Does Erica have a past? Yeah, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. That is being hidden. And by the way, this deck is called the Hidden Deck. And I do have a ebook that shows how I read this particular deck in our shop. I'll put the website at the end of this reading. She does have a past, but don't we all? Let me find this card. That was the 8 of Swords. Remember, you see the blindfold. I think we put it back in the deck, but here are the cards that came out underneath the Judgment card. Someone in an authority figure believing they're getting away with something. We had these cards already. This is also a sign of Taurus, my darlings. So yeah, okay. Things are starting to wake up. They're going to start heating up. We're going to see more information come out. Watch. Let me know in the comments what you think. I'm going to be looking for an announcement of this situation. This could be either, and I moved this. It was actually on the 2. My apologies by moving the cards. It's either going to be 22 days, October 22nd. There was something on September 22nd. We're going to wait and see what happens. But there is a healing, obviously, in the finances right now. There's the card that I was looking for. There we go. I did not put it back in the deck. Thank you. Thank you. Does she have a past? Yes. But don't we all know Judgment? Let's see where this goes, my darlings. This gives an idea. This Hierophant, all about working on marriage. Working on being able to go forward and overcome obstacles. Very interesting. I could go on, but I won't. There will be a part 2 come out for this, my darlings. I'm gonna wait a few days. Let this settle. Let me know in the comments what you would like to know about Charlie or Erica, with understanding, respect, no politics, and no shade, okay? Because we're here, we just want to know. Thanks so much for watching. Please subscribe, like, do all those things for me. I will be back. We're not going to let go of this. Thanks again for watching. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Up next, by popular request, is Candace Owens. Hello, everyone. I'm Lady Zelda with True Oracle. This is on Candace Owens. I want to know what the relationship dynamic has been between the 2 ladies, Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, since September 10th of 2025, when Charlie Kirk unfortunately lost his life to a horrific means. Now, my darlings, yesterday the number 22 came up, and I thought it was either 22 of September, which is past, or the 22nd of October. Turns out the 22nd of November, Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk are getting together. So, all right. And she's going to do an interview then. We're going to see what happens. I've got several decks on the table. Now, the reason I'm using just my plain little table right now, I need raw energy. I need to be grounded. And sometimes I do this. If you start following me, you'll see. And I'm a tarot profiler. I just want to ask questions. That's what we're going to do. We're going to find out what comes out in the cards. Do me a favor. While I'm getting set up, do me a favor and like and subscribe this video, because it helps others to learn and to see as well. All right. Here we are. We have several decks, as you can see. We have the dice, and the dice reduces to the number 6. The number 6 has been coming out a lot lately for Erica and for Charlie. Now it's out for Candace Owens. All right, spirits, guides, angels. I want to know, rumor has it, and I don't deal with rumors. I want to know, can you tell us, was Candace Owens banned from the memorial for Charlie Kirk? Was she banned in coming and speaking? Let's see what comes out. That's one question. Unexpected. Okay. And knew there was a plan. Similar cards. Overlooked. Okay. And for those of you who have said that I have been accusing Candace of stealing, that's incorrect. What I said was Candace had information, an interdepartment memo from Turning Point that Charlie was wanting a Doge-style team to look into finances. Something seemed to be off, and she was aware of it. Let's get a couple more cards here. The universe knows the truth. Absolutely correct. Travel. Okay, so Candace is making some moves. On the bottom of the deck, seek more knowledge. We will do that. Thank you so much. Candace happens to be a Taurus. Let me move these. She's a Taurus. This is her significator card. And it has a lot to do with healing spiritually and healing marriages. That's interesting, isn't it? We're going to put this back over here. If a card that comes out references this or points to it, we're going to pick back up again. So definitely Candace is aware that there was a financial question within Turning Point. But I believe Candace knows more. I want to, let's get some tarot out here. Let's get some tarot. Let's find out. Now this may be a part 2 because I have a feeling, a part 1 and 2, I have a feeling that this could go on for a minute. And I will definitely be working on a part 2 for Erica and Charlie. So stay tuned. And also for Tyler Robinson. 2 came out. Okay. So I'm not going to say anything right this moment. Page of Cups. Okay. I need more cards. I need more cards, and then I'll tell you what I'm getting. Family room. Community. Toil and labor. Lovers. Now, I do not believe that Candace and Charlie were lovers. I do believe that they were excellent friends, and actually Charlie came to her to talk about marrying Erica. I don't know if you know that or not, but that is very true. I believe that there's some tension between the two ladies even before this tragedy happened. Sometimes it happens that way. Family room, in the home, and in public. So in private, in public, there's toil and labor. It's a continuous working of Charlie and Erica's situation from Candace. Candace definitely has some ideas, and she's gone down the proverbial bunny trail. You know what that is. But she has excellent memories of Charlie, and Charlie coming forward to her. But now she's feeling like she has to battle, and I get it. Because she has found out information, overlooked evidence. She reviewed the tapes from that fateful day of September 10th and actually noticed that there was someone on the roof that was running in one of the buildings. Someone caught it. She was able to track that person down within 2 hours, and that person said that no one ever contacted him of any government or authority wanting that footage, but Candace has it. So that was overlooked evidence. So she's not happy with how things have happened. There's been a lot of, I'm going to say, now this travel card can mean, in theory, she's traveling many places. What does that mean? She may not be traveling physically. She may be visiting many people in many locations for many things. She's definitely facing things head on. I need more cards. We need more cards. That's just the way it is. I'm going to get, and of course this Page of Cups right here is telling us that more emotional information is going to be coming forward any moment. I'm just going to pull out a couple of these Piotnik deck cards, pardon me. And I want to see where this is going. Sadness. She is very sad. 2 cards came out. Some money and hope. See, she knew, because Charlie did share with her that there was a problem. The widower shows up because I think there were many people who claimed that they were a friend of Charlie's, but wasn't. And I do believe that Charlie and Candace, I mean, they started out together in the same type of arena, in the same type of idea of spreading truth, what they felt was truth. Now listen, we're not going to get political here. And there's no shade on anyone. I'm just saying what they felt. And of course, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. I'm a profiler. Been doing this for 50 years. Done it with law enforcement. Done it with a lot of different people. Let me see. Let me just pull out these cards, my darlings. And then we're going to talk about them. That's interesting. That's Candace. Charlie is taking on the King of Hearts, but there's also someone there that is helping as well. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. But a male energy. It's on the bottom of the deck, the Six of Hearts. Sacrifices, but suspicions. Suspicions of being dominated. And I have to say that I'm going to put this here on top of the marriage. I am leaning that Candace has come into something. Now, I'm also going to say this. Candace does not believe that Tyler Robinson, I believe that's his name, that is the accused, is the right person. From all intents and purposes, for my own particular use, when I lay out the cards, I tend to agree with her. I believe he may have been involved, but I also believe that he may be a distraction. I believe someone wanted this to happen before, but this Six of Spades denotes a letter. That letter would have been about that money that Charlie was feeling being mishandled. I'm going to say it that way. Possibly, allegedly, supposedly mishandled within his own organization. I don't know who it was, but someone within may have had sticky fingers, if you know what I mean. Now, that was found this summer it was supposed to be resolved this fall, but unfortunately, that's why you see these cards. This should be ahead. They should be switched. But because Charlie, in theory, is no longer here, we're gonna be talking about that more. Stay tuned. That's why this has changed. It's flipped, it's reversed roles. There was an early resolution, a resolve, because Charlie's no longer here. So what's going to happen about it? Is Erica, now that she seems to be taking over as chairwoman, possibly? I don't know. But there is an ending coming to a situation, and that will be this winter. And there's going to be a falling out. And it may be more public than what you think. The falling out can be, and I'm going to just say this, most likely will be with Erica Kirk. I believe Erica did say that Candace was going down a path and she didn't want to hear it. I think I would. If this was my husband, ladies out there, if this were your husband and you had a few little signs like this that just seemed off, not right, would you not at least listen? I think I would. Let me know in the comments. Would you listen? It doesn't hurt anything. And if you know the truth is not going to sway you, but certainly you would want to know where someone else is coming from, especially someone that is close to your husband, right? I think that's what's happening here, because there's a third-party interference with Candace. A third party, and it's business because of this too. So it's a third party stepping in. And it's male energy. So is this person stepping in on behalf of Erica? I want to know. I know you want to too. I know you want to as well. Now, right here beside Candace is a card that denotes progress, but also a holiday, a break. I'm wondering if she's going to take a moment and back away a little bit. I think she will. But this is definitely a card of someone putting their foot down and saying, no more, I'm done. It's over. I believe that's where Eric is coming, but I don't believe Erica is going to deliver that message. That message will be coming through this male energy. This is decisions. This is suspicion. And that just seems amazing to me. See, this Seven of Clubs denotes lifelong security. But for whom? There's sadness here. I'm sure that is Candace. I'm sure it is Erica. All right, so change is coming. And Candace was very, very vocal to some legal entities based on these cards about what was going on with Charlie. That interdepartmental memo came out 1 week before this happened to Charlie. It was dated September the 2nd. About a week and a day. There's definitely some hidden things here. We're going to be learning more about him, and oh my. And this is how Candace feels. You see, back in Renaissance times, oh yeah, okay, on the bottom of the deck, we're going to talk about this in a minute, but in Renaissance times, funny, this card came off the top of this deck, and look at the card on the bottom. Stolen, we had that yesterday. So yes, money stolen, and look what's on the bottom, a wolf in sheep's clothing. I believe that belongs to this King of Spades, whomever that may be. But this card, back in the day, in the 1600s, when cards were being read, when you put it down and you look over top of it, they say the legend of the Four of Clubs is that it looks like a four-poster bed. But this four doesn't have a good reputation. In fact, it means that there's a lack of trust, and definitely someone that can be swindled. In short, it's considered getting in bed with the devil. And if you know that expression, it means that someone is doing something that they know is not right, and it is not Candace. I'm going to make it very clear. I think Candace is stumbling across these people, and I have to say I believe she has her suspicions of Erica, based on what I'm seeing here. This Five of Clubs is all about now sharing money. Not only an investment of time, but an investment of money. And that would be on Erica's side. And that's what makes Miss Candace very, very suspicious. My darlings, things are heating up. Things are getting more and more. And we're here for it, aren't we? But let me know in the comments, would you be so, I don't know, stoic? Would you not listen if this were your husband? This also makes me think that Candace will be making some change herself. Could be for her own protection. It doesn't indicate this here, but what it indicates is there's so much more. I'm going to turn this so you can see it. There's so much more than meets the eye. This is a spring timing card, so I think this is going to at least go through this holidays and into the spring and into more information is coming out, my darlings. We're gonna stop it here. I will do a part 2. This is part 1 because I've got a lot of questions. I know that you do too. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget, check when I go live. I think you'll be able to really gain some more knowledge and enjoy what we've got coming. Thanks again for being here. Please do me a favor, like and subscribe, because this, oh yes, that confirms it. Candace is very suspicious about what's going on at Turning Point, about the money, about investments, and I'm going to say allegedly of Erica. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you in part 2. Bye for now. Hello there. I am Lady Zelda with True Oracle. Today we're going to be looking into Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old that is accused of unaliving Charlie Kirk September 10th of 2025. Wow. I think this is going to be a good one. Today is Wednesday, October 1st of 2025. We're going to do things a little differently today. Now, first of all, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. I am a tarot profiler. I have worked in law enforcement before. What I like to do is confirm some of the facts that we hear, and maybe even some of the things that are not facts. Let's look into them. I have 3 decks here, and do me a favor while I'm shuffling and laying out cards. Give me a like, subscribe, because we're going to be looking into Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, Erica Kirk, and others. Candace Owens. We're going to continue this series until we get to the bottom of everything that is going on. So let's get to it. I have a Kipper deck, I have the House of Zelda, and I have the Cartomancy deck. So what I like to do is during my readings, if you see a particular energy in the cloth, let me know in the comments what you see. Do you see a dog? Do you see a face? I see a face right there. I don't know if you see it or not. A face with its mouth open. You see it here. There's a nose, 2 eyes. Interesting, but you may not see it on your end. You may be seeing something else. I'm seeing hand, claws. I'm seeing face. There's faces. So this means there's energy. There's energy coming through the cloth, and it's okay. We're all protected. We're all good. It's not harmful. So we're asking now about Tyler Robinson. Now, we've heard a lot of things, but I'm going to lay out 3 cards. We're going to take it from there, and then I'm just going to start asking questions. The next 30 days are very important. I can see that. Extremely, extremely important. Contact is coming to you. I'm going to talk about that. Overlooked evidence again. Wow. And when you see repeat cards coming up, it means that we have to look into things. Now, this, to me, is very interesting. On the bottom of the deck, there's a plan. This keeps coming up, okay? So I'm going to lay out a couple of the Kipper. I'm going to put this here. I'm going to lay out a couple of Kipper, and then we'll start putting the pieces of this puzzle together because there's something off. There's something off. A concern, absolutely. And the number 33, courtship. Now, I will explain the courtship there, but I think there's twofold in that courtship and the gift. Number 17, number 4, number 33. On the bottom of the deck, there's a pathway. I believe that that goes right along with the idea of having a plan. Now, I'm going to say this, as obviously the next 30 days are important. Contact coming to you means there's definitely more information that we will be hearing, seeing. Do I believe everything that I see? No. Do I believe that there could be some manipulation in some of this? Yes. Overlooked evidence by law enforcement? Absolutely. In my opinion, that's exactly what I'm feeling. There needs to be a concern. There needs to be a concern. This gift can be information that comes to us, a particular gift that maybe Tyler Robinson could have received to maybe do a certain thing. We're going to be finding out all that too, because I do not believe that he has worked alone. We're going to ask that question. Courtship. I don't know if you know this, but his mate, his partner, has just vanished. We're going to ask about that too. Nowhere to be found. Out of the apartment, gone. So now let's ask some questions. My first question is this. Knowing that we know these things up here, and we've got questions to ask. Did Tyler Robinson work alone? Now, I know exactly how we all feel. I think this is treacherous, this situation with Charlie Kirk. I'm going to be doing more on that as well, on that subject, not on that him. Definitely Charlie Kirk. But that situation that surrounded Charlie. And please, in the comments, if you mention things that are political, the algorithm at YouTube doesn't like it, and your comments will be held, and I'll probably not see them. Let's find kind and respectful ways to discuss things and talk. All right? I'm not making any judgments. I want to know the facts, and I know you want to as well. All right. Was Tyler working? Was he alone? The answer is no. And it looks like a party that was dominant over, party as in a third party person, could be an organization, could be anything, could be someone, whoever is behind this. He did not work alone. There was some indecision. Let me go forward here, because there was an agreement, and it looked like it was made over a telephone. An agreement, indecision, didn't know, a promise of lump sum of money. That's where this comes from. Fulfillment. There were at least 2 people behind, I think more, but involved behind this with him. Now, I do believe that this was his mate. I know that there were the text messages, the messages that came out. Sorry, I'm going to say this. In my opinion, I don't believe those. I think those were manipulated. See, this is money as well. There was a need for money. There's so many gray areas here. There was a need for money. Okay, so I think we got our questions. Our question answered. No, he did not work alone. Let me shuffle these very well again. Now I want to ask about his mate. Does L.E. know where his mate is? So does law enforcement, L.E., know where Tyler's mate partner is? That was quick. The answer right there is no. But then there's the, okay. So I think initially not, but there was also an ending, and this is legal trouble. These are issues, definitely, but there's a loss. And there was where I really believe that Tyler felt that he was just somebody that was going to help out, and that he would not be made the patsy. Quite frankly, I believe that he was used, and now he's facing the unaliving penalty. Do they know where he is? Ultimately, I'm going to say no, they didn't, but they will, and we're going to hear more about this mate coming about. He made some changes. There were some need for money. He ran to someone that was involved, so he knows more than what anybody would think that they need to know. Okay, sorry, friends. I had to stop the camera for a second. So I think Tyler was made promises, and he did not realize that this was going to go as far as the way it is. I don't know if you've seen that little video where they basically say that they're going to charge him with that. That's pretty amazing. The look on his face. You can tell he did not think. I think he felt that he was made promises. They were false promises. So, but as far as the boyfriend, the mate, he has run to someone else. It won't be that long until we hear about him. Now, I do want to let you know that his charging preliminary hearing is going to be October 30th. If I can find a link, I will be live streaming that so we can all get together. I'll let you know a time and so on and so forth. If I can put that together, it's October 30th. And I'll definitely announce it beforehand so you can prepare to watch live, or you can replay it. Okay. Tyler Robinson. Tell us something about this situation that we should be watchful. Okay. Look at this, flanked by two Joker cards. One is definitely more serious than the other, but they're very serious. And right smack in the middle, this Two of Spades is definitely a parting. It's an end. It's hidden things, extremely serious, hidden, and then there is big lies, big secrets. All of this will be put together because as we go toward the middle, we have here a fateful telephone conversation with Tyler and whomever it was that was arranging this. And basically, he was lied to. This tells us right here that he was lied to right from the beginning. Do I feel sorry? I'm not here to put my opinion like that. But I would think that he would know and understand what he was getting into. So this is his own choice. This is definitely something, because here we have that test, that because this was planned. Seriously, I believe this was planned this past summer and morphed into what it is now, because there's people involved, changes that were made. I believe even in law enforcement, and the fact that this card falls on law enforcement in that particular area of Orem, Utah, I just feel that this is something that, of course, it's bigger than what we can ever imagine. We will never know the entire truth, but going forward, that he was not told the truth to get involved. This ends it. This ends it right now. What is it ending? His life as he knows it. No, there's the big no. He did not know. There is someone. So there's two people that had approached him. There's money involved. I believe it was calculated and manipulated right from the word go. Calculated, manipulated, getting Tyler Robinson involved, down to text messages, down to pictures, down to where to go to the Dairy Queen. And I've heard that Dairy Queen has closed. I don't know. I have not checked that. This was planned definitely this past summer, earlier in the summer, by these two. Oh, definitely. This is a triangle. And I want you to know, if you start seeing triangle shapes, you know, the triangle shapes, if you start seeing that, I want you to be aware of what they are connected to. Because a triangle shape, in my opinion, in my reading, means that there has to be a balance of putting everything together, a balance in even the spiritual, the physical, the material, and to get this going. Now, I don't know if you've also heard this, but 2 days before Charlie, this happened on the 10th, a magazine by the name of Jezebel hired 2 or 3 Etsy witches to put hexes on Charlie. You can see that. You can see that. Hexes on Charlie. And you know, one of the things that they said, they wanted to manipulate the microphone, and that microphone was up in that area around his collar, around his neck. Now, am I saying that they're behind this? No. But if somebody goes that far in their magazine to do something like this, to hire someone like this, how much further would they go? We know. So there was some indecision, some discussions with family. There's more there than meets the eye. There's the lump sum of money again, and there's the yes card. So yes, we know that Tyler was involved. I have one more question. And then the next one I'm going to do is Charlie, and we'll get back into Tyler again. And the question is, did Tyler pull the trigger? Did he pull the trigger? The answer is no. The answer is no. I think he felt that he was going to be, and he may even, because I think there was more than one shot. I believe there were 3. Some people are saying 2. I believe there's 3. He could have made a shot knowing that his inexperience with this type of thing. But here we go, down the rabbit hole. But they would definitely need his DNA over everything and near what. So I believe this is why Charlie was isolated at the hospital, even more so. I do know that Charlie did have an autopsy. It has been confirmed, but Erica didn't want him to have an autopsy. Strange or not, I'm not going to form an opinion, but personally, I think I would want my loved one to have that, just to find out. But it's the law. Anytime if there's a situation like that where someone else takes the life of someone, they have to have an autopsy. Okay, so however that works, but we're going to get into that more because there's more with Charlie, more with Erica. There's just more. So what I'm getting is that Tyler knew 8 to 10 weeks before this event. He was misled by someone who arranged it. There is also a woman involved who is an air element. Now, it doesn't have to be an air element, but takes on maybe even that persona of an air element. I don't know the birthday of Tyler. I have looked, but I didn't want to go down that avenue either because I want this just to be as organic as possible. But there's more coming out. So the next 23 days, going to be significant. There may even be a change, it looks like, in his court for the 30th. Don't be surprised if that happens. I don't know if he has a female attorney, but that would explain that. Definitely immediate drastic changes are being made around Tyler. They're watching him even more so than not. Because at this point, I believe he is concerned. He's a patsy. I'm just going to say this. He's involved. And I believe he did pull a trigger. But was he the one who actually... No. No. It was a setup job. Definitely a setup job. 8 to 10 weeks before this. Hopefully we'll find out. I'm going to say this. I can almost bet he'll take a plea agreement to take that penalty, that unaliving penalty, off the table. But there's going to be some other things that goes along with that. It's going to be very similar to the Idaho 4 case. Brian Kohlberger, that's what he did. And when that happens, we will not find out a lot of the details. I think that there are those behind the scenes that are very concerned because Tyler is the sacrifice. Tyler is the... Definitely. Tyler. That's his parents. Tyler is the... Patsy. Definitely an end now. I'm not sure what this big ending... I do know it's an end of life as he knows it. I do believe that his parents were promised lifelong security. That's usually what happens in these types of things. We're going to be finding out more. But do I believe that Tyler Robinson was the person who did this? No. Do I believe, based on the reading, based on the cards, was he involved? Absolutely. And this concerns me because okay. One more question. Do these people know? Do these people know? I have an opinion. They doubted at first. Yes. Yes, they know. They had to take someone. See how this goes? The 6s and the 2 8s. It's all about timing. Things don't add up. There's a lot of things we are not going to see. But in this day of digital and video, there's too many things that are coming out. This card tells us we must wait and see. But what do I believe? Well, I'm going to tell you what I believe. And you'll get it. Think about it. Think about it. Thanks so much for being here, my darlings. Do me a favor, like, subscribe, stay tuned. We are coming out with more of what is happening with this whole Charlie Kirk saga. I'm going to bring it to you. Thanks again for watching. Big heart, much love, and happy October. Bye for now. I think it's time to start asking Charlie some harder questions. I'm glad you're here for this. Many of you have asked in the comments for these questions. So let's get started. Hello everyone, I'm Lady Zelda. It is October 2nd, Thursday of 2025. We are here to talk with Charlie Kirk, and we're going to see what we can do to get some answers. The first thing that I want to say is, when these things happen that are tragically over and over again, let me just say this. The energy leaves a loop. It leaves an imprint. It leaves a mark. And until this gets resolved, that energy will remain. In that energy will be Charlie's thoughts, his ideas, what he represents, because that's what energy is all about, and especially in this. So we're going to be contacting Charlie's energy and finding out what questions come in. I have questions. I know that you do too. We're going to start today with the House of Zelda. I've got a smaller tarot deck because it's just going to give us more room to ask more questions, a Piotnik deck, and then we have the playing card deck. So we're going to get started. I have shuffled the cards before we are going to be starting now, but I will shuffle again. And as I ask the questions, we're going to see what comes out. And the first card is this. There's missing information. Yes, Charlie, we know this. The key to unlock information. In fact, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take this top card and we'll put these back in. Charlie, what information is missing? What information is missing? We know on this side. I'm asking on your side. What is it that we need to know? Contact is coming to you. Okay. Okay. All right. We're going to be patient. We're going to allow that to come through. So, Charlie, are you aware? Did you know? Do you know what happened? We know. Please keep in mind, we know on this side of the plane, we know. We're asking, do you know? Took a change in directions. Okay. It did. There were many changes that day, weren't there? And you were there because you wanted to do good. You felt you were doing good. You wanted to do good. And the truth is being hidden. Okay? Now, before I go any further, I want you to know that I am not a lawyer. I'm not medical. I am not law enforcement. I am a tarot profiler. I've been in law enforcement or have worked with law enforcement, and have done crime readings for many, many years. Sometimes we can really help to resolve and solve cases, if not resolve what has happened in our minds. So the truth is being hidden. Okay. That card wanted to come out right away. A man. So Charlie, is this you? Or is this another man that you're talking about? Is this you? I'll pull another card here, and then I'm going to start working with the tarot and a woman. Okay, so is that... We need to find out who they are. It's time to rest. Okay. Yes. And we pray that you are at rest right now. We're going to leave those there, picking up the tarot. In fact, I'm going to put these here. I like these little cards because they fit in pretty well. We can get more information on those. I'm going to draw a few more. So can you give me an idea who you're talking about, the man or the woman? Is this you and Erica, or are these two other people? Sorry, that hit my thumb. If you hear little noises, I have a cat who's right over this way, snoring. He's sleeping peacefully, so. Okay, so that's got to be Erica. Because it is a heart. Now, I'm coming from your perspective. This is a heartbreaking situation. You're telling me that you are at peace. You see this little PAX up here right above my nail? That's Latin for peace. And it's the knight, bottom line, that is laying on his sword. You've done all you could do. You did what you did. So, okay, Charlie, this is the moon card. The goal, and ironically enough, amazingly enough, this tarot card, the post right here, symbolizes heaven. Coming to a particular goal, crossing that in which you feel you have accomplished your dream, your goal, and that you have moved on. But you're talking to us about money, and you're talking to us about trying to learn. Okay. So I believe that you are aware now of what has happened. Charlie, do you know who did this? Do you know who unalived you? A judgment card. So someone passed judgment on you. Now, Charlie, you know that I read this as a discernment card. And in this card, you see people raising up, waking up. You feel you were called. I think you felt that you were called to do what you do. Many people agree, don't agree. I'm not reading anything into anything. Sorry, I've got sirens going in the background I'm hearing. On the bottom of the deck, we have the Emperor card, which is an Aries. Is that Tyler? I believe Tyler is an Aries. So you feel that Tyler did this? And that card is the sign of Cancer, but it's also the sign of travel. Okay, so you knew that you traveled. You moved on. Okay. Charlie, were there other people that were involved in this? Were there other people that you knew? You know now, you can look over. That right there is, he's telling us that he was protecting his energy. He was protecting himself. Oh, you see this? I'm going to take, I don't read reverse, but in this case it fell reverse, and I'm going to take that. The Ace of Swords is a communication card. You know, I just heard the timing was off. The timing. There was something about the timing of this. Okay, let's go for it. On the bottom of the deck, I don't want to shuffle that until we see that card. Hesitancy. So you were hesitant about going during this time. Did you have an idea that something was up? Did you feel that something? The swords are in the tarot, for me, communication. They are air elements, and they cut both ways. That's amazing. So the timing was completely bad, and you were hesitant about going. Okay. Were people in your organization, were some of the people in your organization responsible for this? And there's 2 cards that fell out. 2 people there. There's a third. The Lovers. Was it a couple? Okay. Okay. You're pointing at Tyler because if he's an Aries, then there were lovers, and Tyler's mate has vanished and is missing. This is also the sign of Gemini. But this is exceptional. I'm amazed at how this works. I'm sorry, I have a lot of noise outside. The 2 of Wands, fire element, has the world in his hands, and this is how you viewed everything. The world was in your hands. There were opportunity, growth, but something anchored you to the past. You were ready to move forward, but something anchored you. I'm going to say, since it is looking, I feel that he recognized something was happening right before it happened, and it was I mean, it was split 7/10 of a second, split second. Okay. So we know 2 people mainly. So Charlie, getting back to that question, were you concerned? Okay, justice. So you're asking for justice. This is also the sign of Libra. This is also a cardinal card, needing balance. This is a card of passion, compassion, control. And this is your sign, Charlie. October 14th. That's amazing. We are in the sign of Libra now. I'm going to put this right here. At the bottom of the deck. Okay. So what you're saying is there was an idea given to you. This is the cups are all emotions, but that you refused. You refused an idea. And there were other ideas, there were other emotions, and the people were emotional behind this, is what I'm hearing. I'm going to put this out. And you feel it's a destiny. That this was something having to happen. The three of Pentacles, grounding. but going to someone for help. This is a man standing on a bench with a builder's maul, and you use the builder's maul to tap in brick, block, to make sure when you're building that it is actually level. A foundation. I just heard foundation. Okay, I'm going to lay that here. So it had to be somebody within your foundation. Turning point. It's an LLC, but I'm going to refer to it, Charlie is referring to it as a foundation. Okay, and by the way, this moon card is also the sign for Pisces. I'm going to let this rest. Oh, I shuffled and this card came up again, so I'm going to leave that over here for right now. Okay, so Charlie. Now this is sensitive. And we've seen the video. How can you help it? How can I say this respectfully? Charlie, what we saw happened. And I'm going to approach this more of a scientific approach. What we saw happen on the left side of your neck, can you tell us, was that entrance or was that exit? Tell us what happened there. Okay. A young man. Okay, so we know it's a young man. There is the 2 of spades. It's separated. So I'm taking that as it was exit to separate. But Charlie, was there more than one bullet? Was there more than one? There's a man there. And money. A settlement. Another man. Okay, so Charlie, I'm asking, before we get into this, okay, respectfully, was there more than one bullet? Three. Were they from 3 different people? Yes. The 9 of Hearts is a yes card. But here's a little tidbit for you. In the Cartomancy playing cards, there are only 2 cards that I will read in reverse. Sorta. It's the 10 of spades, which we don't have out here, and the 9 of hearts. Now, while the 9 of hearts is a yes card, when this heart is upside down, that adds an element. It's yes, comma, however, someone was playing games. That is a sign that there is emotional games, that there's emotion into it, that there was more to this than meet the eye. If it were like this, you see the difference? Then I can say a resounding yes and go in a different direction. But this is yes, however, there was an emotional, I just heard the word opportunity. And this can actually be a warning to not play emotional games. But there were 3, yes. So this was an emotional game. So it looks like they were hyping. These people were hyping someone up. That this would be the person behind it, the idea behind it. Can I say recruiting? I think I can. Recruiting this for money. 10 of clubs in my cartomancy, way I read, is a lump sum of money. And I just heard. Because it actually can mean government money. Oh. All right, Charlie, whose government? Whose government money? We're going to take this. We can find out better in this deck. What government? What government money? What government? What government? This card wanted to come out. The Queen of Wands. Charlie, tie her in to what government you're talking about. This Queen of Wands can have an energy that's neither male nor female, but totally the energy of that particular card. The spirit animal of the wand suit is a salamander. And I pick these things apart because it may give us a clue. A salamander in this particular use is said to be able to come through fire and not be singed. This is building boundaries. So you were given this offer over here, but yet you were building boundaries. And this energy, and I believe that he gave me the Queen because of this little fellow here, makes this intuitive, gives it another level of emotion, just like here on the Pisces. Okay. I need, Charlie, can you give me okay, so we're asking what government. So it's prosperous. Is there more than one government? Is it a government working together? So at this point, I'm just going to say, this is entertainment purposes only, okay? I'm not accusing anyone. I'm not naming anyone. I'm not any of that. I'm going by what the cards tell me. But I'm giving you information that you know what direction to go in. The 5. So this is telling me that you had refused. You're telling the story. On the bottom of the deck is a Taurus. I can't remember. I'm so sorry. Somebody is a Taurus in this. But a Taurus is a lover of beautiful things. This Hierophant, so it is religious. Oh. Oh. Okay. We're going to draw up one more card. Charlie, if you want to tell us what government this money was offered, given, and then we'll move on. We need to move on from this. This is a sign of a Virgo with the Star of Solomon. Okay, okay, I get it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Let's move on. Let's move on. This is the beginning, folks. We'll be doing several parts of this. Charlie, he's hesitant. He's hesitant. Okay, and with that said, the King of Swords, an air element, not ruling with an iron fist, but ruling in a different way. Trying to communicate. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to end it close to here. We're going to get a final word because I don't want this video to be too long for you. But as you can see, some things are starting to come out. The more that Charlie's energy, the more that I work with him, the more this energy is comfortable, the more information that we will get. And by the way, I did put a poll up in my community tab. I would like to do some EVPs respectfully. You can see I've done these before in other crime cases. I'd like to do that and see if we can get Charlie to name some things for us, like name names, places, people. Give us an idea. If you would like that, you're welcome to leave a comment in the comments. You'd like to, or you can go to and vote in the community tab. Believe me, everything we do is respectful. There's no craziness and playing around. Okay, so there's this card that kind of flopped out. Loss. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. A widower. Yeah. So you're talking about yourself, Charlie. I'm so sorry. Fidelity. And see, that's a dog laying in a graveyard, meaning that he was very loyal. With that being said, at the bottom of the deck, there's anger. I know there's so many people that are angry for so many reasons. And I think all of you know that. I'm going to stop it here. That's it for today. I don't want to wear this energy out. I think we got a lot here. Please do me a favor, like and subscribe so you don't miss a thing when these come out. We're definitely going to be asking more questions. In the meantime, tonight, Thursday, October 2nd, at 7 p.m., join me. I'm doing a live. It will be for a series called Help, I'm Haunted, for Halloween series, in which I tell about paranormal investigations that I've been on, kind of scary stories, but I have an epic giveaway as well. Stop on by there, say hello. I'll be live. I love to see you. Thanks for coming here. We're going to get Charlie's energy used to being with me and get him comfortable. And believe me, you'll know he will really start saying a lot of things. Thanks again, my darlings. You be well. And rest in peace, Charlie. And we'll see you again next time. Bye for now. There are sometimes that things you can't unsee, things that you need to try to reconcile, resolve, come to some type of conclusion. And for right now, I'm not able to do that. So we're here again, and we're looking for truth. Here we go. Hello and welcome, everyone. I am Lady Zelda Kelly with True Oracle. We're reading, and this is a part 2 to the Charlie Kirk readings. I think there's probably going to be several more parts, because the more I look into this, and believe me, I'm looking into this myself, because there's a lot of information out there. And just like you, I read a lot of it, I look at a lot of it, and there are some things that I just can't reconcile in my mind. But tonight, what I want to do, and it is late Saturday night, October 4th of 2025, what I would like to do is read the energy that has accumulated around this situation and around Charlie. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to read for Charlie. We have questions. And I believe the atmosphere, the land, the university, I'm going to say the renovation of that particular spot where this happened to Charlie is holding on to energy. I have several decks here. We don't know. If you know me, you know that I have decks, and you know that we may just pull some more in. And as you get to know me and understand my style of reading, I am not a law enforcement officer. I am not a lawyer. I'm not in the medical profession. I am a tarot profiler. I am a profiler of people. I've worked in the crime arena, reading for crime, unsolved crime mysteries for decades. This particular one baffles me. There is another case lately that I have seen where a crime scene was tainted, was dismantled in a matter of minutes. No caution tape, no crime scene protection. Go in, take care of it, and that's it. Now, one is by the feds, and that is Charlie Kirk, my understanding. The other one was by the state, and that was Officer John O'Keefe out of Boston. No caution tape, unanswered questions. If you'd like to see some of my readings, you can go and watch those readings from start to finish. But we're not here for Officer John O'Keefe today. We are here for Charlie Kirk. There's one thing that just really bothers me. And I think if you think about it, I know you all have seen it. There was a trap door, right? We're close to where Charlie was sitting. There was also a hologram camera that was also close to where Charlie was sitting. Don't know exactly the location of that. But I don't know, you probably have noticed this, that there was a ring on Charlie's finger that changed fingers on his left hand. It just changed fingers, pardon me. But the thing that I can't unsee is that after all of this happened and the chaos, not only were his team, some of his people smiling, but I saw his right arm, that was Charlie's arm, came up. You could see it coming up. You could see it across the table. He pointed his finger up. Now, some of us are being told that this unalived him almost immediately, that he was not aware. And then we have an ME report that says that this bullet did not break the skin. Well, where did all of that red stuff come from? And yet there wasn't anything. You saw a little bit on his arm when they were taking. I mean, there's just so many things. Usually they have an ambulance waiting. Why didn't they have that? There's just a lot. You know that there is too. So I want to read the energy around this. We're going to touch base with Charlie's energy. Okay, I'm not calling Charlie back. I want to try to tap into that particular energy at the university. So let's get started. So now, I mean, there's so much. And I'm going to tell you this, I'm not going to let it go. We're going to keep reading on this until we have some type of answers. Because do I believe that we're getting the truth? No, I do not. Do I believe that there are some people that are responsible for this that have not been uncovered? Absolutely, I do. Do I believe that Tyler Robinson has been, now these fell out, pardon me, I'm going to stop right there, has been put into a position? I do. Do I believe that he is the one who actually did this? And yes, sometimes I have to be careful with what I say, okay? Now, these cards fell out. They hit my thumb, but it's for a purpose. Okay. Help is going to be coming. Does this feel like Turning Point has just abandoned this whole thing, abandoned the idea? And we are supposed to take the lesson that they're giving us. We're supposed to buy what they're selling? I'm not. I don't think you are either. There's some very sus things in this. Will someone do the right thing? I don't think so. There is a burning desire from everyone, and we want answers. I do believe that this was unexpected. I'm going to tell you, I've tried to connect with Charlie's energy, and I don't get it. Now, that could mean that he could be sedated, in my opinion. Now, what I'm telling you are not facts. They're just my feelings and my opinion. And I also want to tell you that I'm a very happy person and happy with life, and, well, I wouldn't do anything to me or my family. But I will tell you that I believe that was unexpected. Based on this, there's a lesson that should be learned. That everyone involved in this particular thing is expecting. They did not expect the outpouring of questions. Oops, look who has arrived. That is Sam Miami. Give me a second. Sorry about that, my darlings. This is Sam's, and she's my boss. Okay. There is a burning desire from everyone. We want answers. So let's pick these up. This just gives us an idea of where we are starting right now into this. And I'm going to put the cards back. This is the House of Zelda cards. This is my deck. You can't buy these from Amazon or on the internet, or I did sell a few of these decks. Right now they're not available. So I'm going to put out a couple of more cards. We're going to get started. We're asking to tap into the energy of Orem, Utah campus, pardon me. A wolf in sheep's clothing. A pathway ahead. Huge secret. We're going to leave it there. Things are heating up. They sure are. All right, kitty. I'm going to put this here. And we'll put these over here. I have another deck you've probably not seen before. If you're new to this channel, please do me a favor, like and subscribe. And welcome, because we're not doing anything political, and I'm asking for you to keep your comments non-political and very respectful, because regardless, let's respect the situation. I have shuffled these cards before we started. The situation is, oh, and look at this, shite, and yes, I don't say those words. Shite is about to pop off in flames. The situation is about to explode. Isn't this something? Because I did hear that there was close to this location where Charlie was, maybe a day or two before, there was something that they had to detonate. So we're just asking for energy. Investigating. Yes. Yes. Many are. And I say don't give up. And to be cautious. Absolutely. Because sometimes you just don't know what you're dealing with. Outdated, expired, disused, old news, and discarded. I want more information on that card, please. Give me more information. What is outdated? What is expired? What is old news? And what is... Okay, I'm hearing what that is. Fake friends. Okay. And on the bottom of the deck, depression. There is a lot of depression for a lot of people because many of us see the truth. Actually, many of us recognize we're not being told the truth. I'll put this here. Here's what this is, my darlings. Outdated, expired. Now that they tried to feed us a particular narrative, a wolf in sheep's clothing, I believe that is the approach. And how appropriate is this? This is the approach of all those who are involved, who are not investigating. What they are trying to say is, okay, here, we're going to point the finger at Tyler Robinson. I think that's what is being pushed at us, even at the memorial. Question, where's Charlie's parents? Where is his sister? Where's Charlie? Where's he buried? And I think that pretty much that whole thing, that memorial service made me extremely uncomfortable. I couldn't hardly watch. But I feel that what they're doing is they're saying, okay, here we are. This is what we choose to believe because we may be being told that. So we just want, now we're going to tell you what to believe. Could it be some type of, in my opinion, could it possibly be or predictive programming, or this is a narrative that they want us? So that's why it looks outdated and expired, is because they feel that it's done, over. They're moving on. They don't feel that there's any more to investigate. Wow. Just wow. Oh. That looked like, I don't know if you saw that or not, but that looked like the deck just was grabbed from me. And there's a card that flew over here. It's number 14. Charlie's birthday was on the 14th. And there's a message. And I do believe there's going to be a message come out on the 14th. What is it going to be? Not sure yet. We'll look into that. So the situation around this, the trap door, Charlie's arm. So they have decided, see, there's no caution tape. They have decided through the fake friends that he had around him and at Turning Point, whom I believe, now this is my opinion only, and that's all it is, and this is entertainment, was perhaps orchestrated, manipulated maybe. Expectation. Wow. Why do I keep coming up with Erica is expecting? Now, I want you to know I did see a few posts on the Book of Faces where she shows that she's holding some type of ultrasound or something like that. That is fake. I have debunked that. That is fake. However, do you see how we're being programmed, maybe initially sort of kind of to accept that, if that is the narrative that they want us to believe? Yeah, if things seem like they've changed, yes. Distant horizons, yes. There's a lot more to go. And the Lovers card shows up, which means there's a lot more, there's a lot deeper in this. And the journey, this is going to be a long journey for us. We may never get to the bottom. We may never have truth. We may never have a lot of things that are unknown. And this card had flipped over. I didn't realize this. Sudden wealth, money. Let's follow the money. That's what I'm getting. And occupation, oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. And look at the bottom of the deck. More concern. So we have a message of concern. Charlie's birthday. Expectation. And more concern. I'm going to lay this over here. You might be able to just see a hint of that. Okay, so now here we go. I don't believe that Tyler was that person. The Tower. The Tower card. It's falling away, falling down. And here we go with this Hermit card again. A sign of Virgo, but that's not how I'm reading it. This is an energy. And remember I said I'm reading the energy of that particular area. Charlie will be the only energy that I want to really deal with, even though, oh, look at this. Even though Erica, I believe, hints at coming through. Her energy is trying to poke through a little bit. We'll come back to her. We'll come back to her. It is so much. I don't want to confuse the readings because, you know, sometimes you can confuse by putting too much out there in the cards. And we have to stick to the narrative. That's what I want to do. That's why there's probably going to be more than part 2, 3, and 4. But we're going to do it. We're going to get to the bottom of it. There are many players in this. And this is how I read. You can go over to my personal channel, which is Lady Zelda Kelly, Seeing Crime. And you'll see in those crime videos that I read. But we're going to pay attention to this. Because this tower, the tower that I feel they felt was cut and dried, manipulated, put in place. And I got to say that I feel there's a particular country. Look at that six-sided star of Solomon. Not going to say it. You can deduct that. Because I think there's some things now that are coming to the forefront. The Fool card. Now, here's the thing that's very interesting about the Fool. And no one is the Fool. But what's interesting is this is a card that pretty much says they want to wipe the slate clean. They did that very, very quickly with that energy with the crime scene. I'm just going to say it that way. A tainted crime scene. In my opinion, we have two crime scenes. The situation in which Charlie was unalived and the situation of them tearing apart this crime scene, replacing everything, boarding up the trap door. See, the sun here that is white is void. Now, the number on this card is a 0, but it is the first card in the tarot deck. It's not really a 0. It's considered null, N-U-L-L. Null is void. Null is starting over, wiping the slate clean. And here's an interesting thing. This card coming out, there's a little motif here in this little fellow's knapsack. Can't really see it, it's too small, but it is a phoenix rising from the ashes. Did they take Charlie away through that trap door? Was he really reaching up over that table and pointing up? I'm upset because these people are smiling. Are they smiling because they feel mission accomplished, or are they smiling because they feel that they pulled the wool, the wolf in sheep's clothing, they pulled the wool over so many eyes? Okay. October, oh, and look at this. I want to say this. October is going to be an interesting month. This particular card, home, is very important, and 1111 and the number 4. But I don't want to really concentrate on that card. But what I want to concentrate and point out a few things on this card. It's the Magician card, which I like to call also the Manifestation card. The motto, if you will, of this card, the reason he's pointing down and pointing up is, as above, so below. Meaning you have to have a parallel running in the same course. An infinite amount of energy using every element there is, which is water, earth, fire, and air. Having every element at your beck and call so you can flourish. The red in the card is all about passion, compassion, power, and even control. I'm going to put these back in. So I want to ask the cards now. Reading that energy, was that Charlie's arm? Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I just didn't see it correctly. Was that Charlie's arm? I'm going to cut these a couple of times. That is also a sign of Scorpio. We've had this again. We've had this in the readings. The flag is a harvest flag. Let's leave this out here just for a second. Let's expand on this death card for me, please. And more, please. Okay, these two came out. Let's take this guy first. He is the Page of Swords. His nickname is the Prince of Wind and Breeze, and it's because you see he's just so blustery and blurry, and there's a lot of things happening in this card. An air element, you see the little birdies up there? An air element because you see his hair is caught in the wind. He's holding a sword, which, being an air element, the swords are communication, but they're thoughts. He's standing as though he wants to say, bring it. Bring it. But his sword runs off the frame of the card, which tells us that we are not done yet. There's much more to come. Now, this is interesting. This little fellow here, the Page of Wands, represents an opportunity of open doors, an opportunity of growth. You see, he's dressed very finely. And you see he's got this little cap on, and there's a little feather there. And have you ever heard of that saying, boy, that guy's got a feather in his cap? That means an accomplishment. It's a fire element, which means creativity. It means a very strong energy. And the wind will feed the fire. But the result of this, I just heard the word backfire. Backfire. Look at this. Him to his back, it's backfire. Was this whole thing planned out and set up? And did Charlie have to agree to something? But then it backfired? Because those things happened. Was he double-crossed? Because this is a card of regret. Anger, upset, could be guilt. And you see, it's focusing on the loss. This is a cups, 5 of cups. It's a water element. It's emotions. So focusing on loss, what's in front of him, but not focusing so much on the 2 here. We're going to leave that here. So that's what I'm thinking is here with this harvest. The harvest flag. And there's a lot going on in this death card. This fellow is not in a hurry. He's not galloping. He just looks like he's prancing along. But you see here, might be something you can't really see, but there's somebody here who's fallen out, and there's some little children that are upset, and then there looks like a priest type of fellow standing there looking like he wants to negotiate with death. In the background, we have reference to the moon card. Another sign, another element of Pisces, another water element, and those 2 pillars represents the gates of heaven. Interesting. Because the one thing that Charlie did not fear, but I think he may have been talked into something, or given something without a choice because of the regret. And these 2, could it be regret that he would have felt that he had to do it because of his children? I mean, look, these people that you're dealing with in these particular situations, and just by the way, I have heard that some other people other than Candace Owens are now being approached. MK are her initials. So, you see, it's a situation that the more you think, the more you talk, the more there is. So we're going to grab a few cards from this deck. So the bottom line is I'm getting is this is a deep secret, but there's a key to this, that we may not find out everything. We may not find out in a long while. But I do believe that the month of October is going to be extraordinary, in as much as some more pieces of this puzzle will be coming together. What say you, Cartomancy? Okay. The 10 of Diamonds, the need for feeling that he needed to make a change quickly. Pardon me. But at the same time, the mirror image, and that's when you have something like this, because there's always a good side and a bad side. So the mirror image of this is, even though there was a change ahead of him, it was brand new, the mirror side was that it wouldn't work out, that there would be difficulty orchestrating this, getting the point across. This is a no card. And this is a card of depression, but it's also a card that can mean needing more explanation, because the 7 of Spades beside it is fear. And the fear ties in a little bit. We're going to put him right there. The fear ties in with that. The occupation card, and then these 2 cards, 2 people that were close to him, not Erica, but 2 males that were inside of TP. There we are. More hidden things. More things that will be brought out. Lies. Secrets. Pardon me. That's Erica. Oh. It shows that she was thinking about a separation, a parting, an end. And with this Ace of Clubs summer timing card, and September 10th was, September 10th was summer, but it also has to do with wages, money, salary, lump sums. It can be a need to my apologies, a need to control money. But this parting, end of a relationship, possible separation because of a third-party interference, a third-party influence. Oh boy, we're going down the bunny trail now. A third-party interference was stepping in. And I believe this whole thing was orchestrated. I'm going to ask the question. I've got to ask the question. Was Erica involved with this type of an arrangement? Look at that. Remember what I was telling you about the 9 of Hearts? That is the yes card. That's the dream fulfilled, the wish come true. But also what I was telling you is about this heart in the middle that's upside down. And what that tells us is not only yes, and then there's a comma. Yes, however, comma, there was some head games, emotional games. Could have been any type of relationship game playing, an emotional opportunity. See what's on the bottom of the deck? Yeah. And I want you to know that in the Cartomancy, this can be a card of not only ending, loss, legal issues, but also death. And since we have the death card out here, if nothing more, it was the death of their relationship for sure. I want to get a final word from the House of Zelda card. We're going to leave this guy out here. Yeah, the truth is being hidden. Definitely. Last word for our friends. Sorry, this is a long video, my darlings. This is part 2. That we're going to continue. We're going to continue. There's more coming. Seek more knowledge, and that we will. For sure. On the bottom of the deck, the universe knows the truth, and they certainly do. I don't have an answer yet, a definitive answer, if that was Charlie's arm. Let me try with this deck. And sometimes the energy doesn't want to answer for whatever reason. We'll keep trying. I want to know. And I think that you want to know as well. There's some cards that fell out. They come like this. We're going to call them a bridge. What do they mean? And why are they a bridge? Well, first of all, this is an emotional card. This is a card of a benevolent hand coming from the heavens, water sign, and a divine inspiration. This is a bridge going from, wow. I mean, this is a long shot, but was there a heavenly body coming to get him? Is that why he reached out? But this is a card, I think, that says it all, my friends. The 7 of Swords. Look at this fellow. He's running from a tent. Why is he running? Looks like he took advantage of people. Trying to get away with something. He's dropping swords. And he's looking over his shoulder. And I believe that fits here with the bridge going from what really happened to what happened, because those who are responsible feel like they got away with it. Have they? Will they? No. I don't believe so. I don't believe about Tyler, the story of Tyler's family giving him up, I do not believe is true. I've heard a name. All right, so in this now, I want you to, if you hear of a name, Cami. Now, we're not going to get that confused with Candace, okay? Because it's not the same person. It is either Cam, Camden, Cam. It is a Cam. And it's not a camera, it's a person. Cam, Camille. Could be Camden, but it is Cami something. Just keep that in mind. If you hear that name. But that, I just now heard that. So we'll see what happens. Thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it. Be respectful, be kind. There's no reason not to be in the comments. I read and I try to answer everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Please give me a thumbs up. Let's get this out to the masses. Please subscribe. There's more coming, and we do a lot on this channel. Thank you so much again. I am Lady Zelda Kelly with True Oracle, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now. Buckle up, my darlings, because right now we are looking into the energy of Erica Kirk. Welcome everyone to True Oracle. I am Lady Zelda Kelly, and I'm here to read the energy of Erica Kirk because there are some things brewing behind the scenes, and I'm going to go ahead and toss out the dice and let it be. All right, so we have a 1 hiding around here. I am going to move it. A couple of things. First of all, if you will do me a favor, like and subscribe. You don't want to miss any of these things coming out. This most likely will be a part 1 and beyond. So you want to make sure that you're continuing to get your notifications. And I want to show you this little I think you see this here. I'm going to put it here so you can really see it. That is a cat whisker. And in my book, a cat will leave a whisker when they want you to be blessed. So consider yourself blessed when you are reading this or watching this. And I consider myself blessed because you are watching. So thank you. I'm going to put this over to the side. And never pull out your little baby's whiskers because it hurts them, but they shed them naturally. And this one was laying on my cloth today. So there you are. So we're just going to put it to the side over here because we'll use it as long as we do. This, or can rather, this is the significator card for Erica Kirk. She is a Scorpio. Now, in all fairness, we're just going to cover this up because you know. But I want to say she's a water sign for those of you who don't know. There are certain elements of this card, and when they start coming out, I will point them out to you. The biggest thing about this particular card is that this flag. This is a harvest flag. This is a flag in which you reap what you sow. And if you sow seeds of discord, you're going to get discord. And if you sow seeds of happiness, giving, health, wealth, abundance, that's what you're going to get. But this card especially is all about the card itself. Now, I'm not talking about Scorpio. The card itself is all about an abrupt end, an abrupt new beginning. And that abrupt new beginning, you see these little pillars back here. The pillars represent the gates of heaven. Kind of gives me the chills. You see, he's not in a hurry to come into the scene. He takes his time because he allows life to be lived. And when it's time, you reap what you sow. Now, this can be, metaphorically speaking, and today I'm going to say that. All right. So, my darlings, I am not a lawyer. I'm not law enforcement. I am not a medical professional. I am a tarot and oracle profiler. I have worked in helping to solve crimes. I have worked in the criminal community for a long time, and I have a lot of experience. And you can go back to my channel and you can basically see some of the cases that I have been reading on. Most recently, the Karen Reed case out of Boston, Massachusetts. So, with that being said, let's get started because there's something happening now with Erica and her sign. And I want to bring that to the forefront. We've got some cards here, the House of Zelda, my deck. We've got a smaller tarot deck because, you know, as we get reading, we get reading. And there's a lot to be said, I'm going to tell you. And then there is a Kipper deck over here waiting in the wings, my Cartomancy deck. There's another. I like this deck. This deck was my grandmother's. This is the Gypsy Witch card deck. Now I'm going to tell you, to me, it's fun. It's a gas. But I'm also going to say there are no witches. There's no gypsies. There's cats. And we have the moon. And right now, we are coming off of a full moon, super moon, harvest moon. And that went full and in effect last night at 11:47 p.m. Eastern. Today is October 7th and of 2025. We are still in the shadow of that super moon. Basically, it's a moon of watch what you wish for because you just may get it, and a good moon to manifest for those who want to manifest good. But remember, we can also manifest not so good. But the reason I want to bring this to you today is because Mercury is going to be a challenge to this gal, Erica. The reason being, it's because it goes into the sign of Scorpio. Now, if you are a Scorpio watching this, I do want to say, I love you, Scorpios. This is earmarked especially for Erica Kirk, because it's her energy. So please don't take anything personally, because I'm sure you're doing just fine, okay? But Mercury is a planet of communication, and I know you've heard of Mercury retrograde. That's when it looks as though it's going backwards, and so does our emails, text, technology, communication seems to go backwards and topsy-turvy. Well, this time it is not going backwards. It is forming some very challenging aspects, and especially with some other planets like Pluto. And for especially Erica's energy, this is definitely going to test her boundaries. This is all about high stakes. It's all about her dialogue at this point. Will she be debating and arguing? I believe that she will be. And during this time, it can be particularly fiery and especially passionate. Be watchmen. The energy encourages individuals, just like Erica, to dig in their heels and fight for a particular narration, a particular point of view, a particular idea of what she wants to get across, her point. This is very intense energy, my darlings. And this is really going to affect her. And that is Shaggy. He's confirmation of the universe. At this point, she's going to have to be extremely mindful. Why? Because honesty is on the table. But here's the very interesting thing about this Mercury stepping in to her Scorpio sign. It demands honesty. It demands the build for relationships. It demands rebuilding those situations that are vulnerable. And she's going to have to lean on some other people to get through this aspect. It's going to last a little while. This is going to be intense. But ironically enough, maybe not. I don't believe there's any accidents. There's going to be an intense desire to investigate her. I think even more so than what it's been. This is also going to be a very powerful time. And she is going to be using her words as power. So now that I got that over, now that you understand, I'm going to move these out of the way so I can move. I call this the hand of fate. Yes, yes, indeed. Oops, I'm sorry, I moved that over and I didn't want to. All right, here we go. So it is 10, 12, 16, 1 and 6, 7. Interesting. All right. First, I'm going to lay out, let me know, first of all, do you see any images or any energy in the cloth? Let me know if you do. Let me know if you do. Because sometimes it comes out to where you can see it and I cannot. On camera, afterward, while I'm reviewing it, make sure that I don't make mistakes or something is not funky. I will see the energy in the cloth. I'm going to tell you what I see right now. That I see an angel. There's an outline of wings, body, you know, one of those almost like a snow angel, Christmas angel type thing. I believe it's because there's some divine influence over this. All right, we're asking for information. What do you see coming with Erica Kirk? What is she involved with? Travel. The pieces are coming together. I believe that too. Let's move this Kipper deck. Where are we moving? We're moving over here. All right. Things are heating up. Things will start heating up. I'm going to move this over so we can get, I think I need a bigger table these days, don't you, my darlings? Travel, the pieces are coming together. Things are heating up. One more card. One more card. Well, we've had that before. And look, you see, of this bracelet, and those are in the psychic shop if you like these. I'll leave the link at the end of this video. A secret with a ribbon tied around it. On the bottom of the deck, love is behind this. What kind of love? That's my question. We can love many things and many people, but sometimes love can be distorted. Okay, so now I'm going to put this over here, just like this. Travel, pieces are coming, things are heating up. I'm going to say this. There is, and especially we've got this full moon we are in the shadow of, and this Mercury that is challenging many other aspects around Erica. She's going to be tested. Definitely so. Let's put out a few Kipper, and then we're going to really start getting some ideas. See, when I do this, I'm building a foundation with the cards. They lead to the point we are supposed to know. And what are we supposed to know? A mature man. I think I know who that is. And if you could do me a favor, please. Let's be respectful. And I don't want to be political. It's not what this is about. This is about what's going on with Charlie. Why someone or something or why a group would have done this to Charlie. It's all about getting down to the truth. I am not a political channel. I'm not a crime channel, but I'm a channel that the truth sets us all free. And that's exactly what I want to come out. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. High honor. This is forming a fake person. With a man behind her. And a gift. Oh boy. On the bottom of this deck is despair. Interesting. You know, despair also can move into desperation. You can have desperation end up to be despairing, and then being in despair, meaning desperation. And you know what happens to desperate people when they are in a state of despair? They become dangerous. Let's lay out some. This is really something, and I want to show you this. Do you see the common denominator in these two cards? Fire. Fire. Things are heating up. Truth is about to be revealed. Pieces of the puzzle are coming together because a mature man, and I do not believe his name starts with a T, is behind this. And is certainly recognizable. And yes, there's been gifts of money being offered. You see the hands? Both hands out. That's how it's important. But look at the flame. This flame. Very interesting. Okay, let's get some tarot out here. Now we're getting to some meat and potatoes. Tell us about Erica. Tell us about money. We have heard many things about Erica's background. Some of them, for the sake of this platform and the channel, I cannot mention. There's a card that wants to be a bridge. We're going to set that out just for a second. Show us where this is going. You know, yeah, okay, I agree with many things that I see from the past. I want to know about where this is going, where she's taking turning point, what's going to be happening, what are the people being involved. That's what I want to see. Wow, we've gotten this card before. On the bottom of the deck is the Eight of Cups. Now let's turn over this bridge card. Interesting. This Two of Swords. Swords are air elements. Communication. We've got Mercury now stepping in and giving us a demand for truth. But this is someone who protects their energy and can be someone that protects their energy through communication. See, there's water behind this person. This is an air element sign, but there's water behind this person, which means it's got to be delivered with emotion. Well, that sounds funny. And I don't mean funny, haha. I mean odd. That forms a bridge because we're going from this side here, and now we're honing this. We are in more preparation mode, but this gets very interesting, my friends. The Wheel of Fortune, a destiny card. And the unfortunate part is that sometimes destiny isn't what we want, and it isn't what we like. And I know we don't like this about Charlie Kirk. I know we all feel that there's something more, and we are being manipulated in believing a theory that I believe has many holes in. Let's dissect this card. This card, as you see, we have 4 little characters, and they're all writing. That means that no matter what we do, even in secret, is written down as a part of the record. When we move on to the next plane, when we pass away, our lives are recorded no matter what. I guess that's why we're supposed to be doing some good things, isn't it? It is also supposed to be the 4 Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but this gets really interesting, my darlings. This is the Wheel of Fortune. This fellow up here also has a sword that cuts both ways, double-edged sword. It's an air element, but he can decide to move the wheel down or to move it up. This fellow here is supposed to be a collector of souls. Now, with that being said, there are some other very interesting things about this card what I think fits in. You see, you see this card spells out the Torah, T-O-R-A, first 5 books of the Bible, written by Moses, also called the Septuagint in the Greek language. But what are, and I'm just going to caution you, please, in the comments, because I know exactly what you're thinking, and this is the message. Those letters in between spell out the names of God and are in Hebrew. Now, all of this was in preparation. You see, it's coming this way from Erica over here. This is the bridge, protecting what it is, the narrative. I'm going to say that, protecting the narrative. feeling like she may be on a mission. But this is going to be a very regrettable mission. There's going to be a day where this will be regrettable, regardless of money. There comes a point where you have to make a choice. I feel she's made some choices that will be regrettable. This is a card of guilt, anxiety, upset, regret, but concerned about what is lost and not what she has behind her. The 2 cups, does that represent her 2 children? I don't know. In my opinion, this is giving us a lot of symbolization, symbols, okay, if you will. The 3 cups here that are broken and cannot be repaired. And once again, we have water flowing through. So there's a lot of emotion through this. And it shows that perhaps she's been looking in a wrong direction. Even though she feels like she has, and I'm going to tell you there's more than one person, but there's a main one, communication-wise. This is a card of consistency. Now, while it is pentacles, it's not pentagrams, so we're not going to get upset. But pentacles are money, it's earth element, and it's grounding. And her job, coming from this end, is to feel that it is her destiny. Even though she's going to be making some wrong decisions, we're going to see it first. I think we already have, before she realizes it. And her job is just to remain consistent. Do what they say. The Hermit card, all about pulling within to a certain degree. It's also a sign of Virgo. You see this, and it's come up before, but for those of you who are now just tuning in, this little star in a lantern, it's the 6-pointed star of Solomon. This is a card of wisdom and understanding. And here you see the reason that he's looking downward in this direction, he's got his lantern up to show him the way, is because he's standing on top of the mountain. He's at the top of the pinnacle. Now he's ready, feels that he needs to navigate his way onward. Does she feel like she's at the top of her game? I don't know. But this tells me, and some people interpret this differently, and it's okay, because we each have our own style. But this normally is this sometimes frustration, not being able to follow through. But I don't read it that way. I never have. If you go back through my readings, you'll know that. This is the 8 of Cups. There's one missing. This cloak is red. It is all about power, compassion, passion, love, even control. This 8 of Cups with the one missing tells me that you can work at something night and day, and look at the water. But if you can't make it work out, what do? You don't get frustrated. You decide you could do only as much as you can do, and then you move on. So is this an indication where Erica feels like she's done all she can do and she's moving on? That is a card that just wanted to pop out. Let's wrap the energy a little bit. That card felt, I'm going to turn it over for you. It doesn't matter, but I like to read it like this. I don't read reverse in the Cartomancy. This is a card of future legal woes, of a loss and an ending that is going to be extremely hard to bounce back from. And you know what? It is equal to the Death card and the Tarot. because after all, the tarot did come from the playing card deck. Let's put that back in there. I think that came out for a reason, to show us what is she facing. Where's this going? This is all about manipulating the truth, my friends. This person is this person. What we have here is the need for change for Erica. She needed change. She wanted change. What was the motivating factor? Well, there's a lump sum of money. Follow the money. And I think if you heard some things today, you will also see that there are possibility of cash payments being made to other people that, I don't know, in my thought process, could they be, do they even know who they're coming from? Supposedly, allegedly, and that's what this is. It's entertainment purposes only, right? It just keeps us entertained. This lump sum of money, now this is a timing card. It's all about the home, and it's all about autumn, fall. We know it as the fall. But it's all about contentment. But moving this card from this card, it means she's needed some change within her home, change within what she does. She needs to be on top. And the money came at the right place at the right time. And with this 3 of clubs would be a, let me say this, it would be a hand-in-hand agreement of stability, working together, progression with someone else here behind her. This is a card of lifelong security. Her feeling as though whatever she did to work her way through here, I don't want to really say manipulate, but whatever she did, this is going to be intense, my darlings, because the more we get into this, the more intense it's going to be. There are some general concerns, and I want to know what those general concerns are. Let me see what this, oh yeah, definitely. The interference of a third party, the interference of someone finding out, the interference of someone stepping in and perhaps sort of kind of blowing the whistle maybe. Let's ask, what is the concern of Erica now? What is her concern? What is going on? What do we see? I'm going to say it's not only worries about money, it's general worries. There's been too much. Let me see. This all started in the summer. Definitely a few months ago. And we have a 9 here. This is a summer, so obviously it is September. But this is all about money, wages, salary, being put and appointed. Oh my goodness. Okay. So she has been appointed to Turning Point. Appointed. Now we know that. But that's going to turn into a situation that's going to be very regrettable once the honeymoon phase is over and business has to get done. Give us more on that. Give us more on that, please. Because this younger person is not Charlie, but this younger person is somebody that is very smart, intellectual. And I want to say, could he be in the legal profession? Could he be a lawyer? Maybe a past judge? That card is all about promotion. Okay, so that's where we're headed. It's all about promotion, business expansion, And they had to break her from the normal routine of being the wife into being, forgive me, I'm just going to say it, the CEO. I don't know what her particular credentialed title is, but let's just call it as it is. But I'm also going to say, I want to build on this a minute, so stay with me, my darlings. There's another, oh, there's more people. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I say that, and that is correct. That's the yes card, the dream fulfilled and the wish come true. But in this time, you see the heart is right side up. So there's the emotional game part of this is over. The emotional games were on and before September 10th. It's the yes card. In fact, I'm going to tell you, with this 8 of Cups, the 9 of Cups is what you move into, because in the tarot, the 9 of Cups is the same as the 9 of Hearts. So we can say this. She's moved on to where she thinks she wants to be. But let me tell you about this card. And then it's getting a little long, and we'll pull out another card, and then I have to say goodbye to you. But stay tuned for part 2, because we're getting into the goodies. The 4 of Clubs is a card of which, I don't know, I'm going to say centuries ago, when this started out as a game, tarot and Cartomancy playing started out as game, and then I don't know how it moved into divination, but it did. But this card, as you see, you're looking down on it as well. It is considered to mimic a 4-poster bed, a canopy bed, like they had back in the day. The bottom line is, this card indicates, and I believe it full force 2,000%, that when you pull this card into these cards of, do I want to say it's a negative reading? No. But I want to say that it is a forefront reading. It is putting it on the line. This is a card that says, you should have a lack of trust for this person. You'd better know that if you get involved, you're going to be swindled, and that person in return can and will be swindled. But the main, I'm careful now, the main definition of this card is, when you pull up the 4-poster bed, it means you're getting in bed with the devil. Wow. Just wow. Let me get doing something you're not supposed to do. Making compromises, things you can't turn away from. Do I believe you can sell your soul to the devil? I'm going to be quite frank with you and say, you can feel that way. And believe me, the devil loves to make you feel that way. All souls belong to God. All right, so here we are. Whether they're good or bad, there's a place for those people in the end. All right, so let's go. That actually is Charlie. And look, there's a letter. One more card. On the bottom of this deck is an eye. Keep an eye out. Be a watchman. Keep an eye out for things. It means very suspicious. Isn't this amazing? The letter indicates, and this is a sign of Charlie. He is a Libra. October the 14th, letter It's several letters. There was one from a particular country and leader, and then there's another one that was an internal memo about figuring out where the money was going shortly before that fateful day. This heart, definitely Charlie had his heart into this. I don't think any one person was more dedicated to a movement. Whether you believe it or not, he did not deserve this, and he was so dedicated. And I believe his heart was very saddened with what he knew was going on. This is a card of a house. I'm going to, I'm going to predict this. I believe that they're going to marry off Erica Kirk. And it will be sooner than what people feel that she should be getting remarried. And we are going to be told in the Christian community that we all need to be happy for her, because this is something that not only she and her children want, and Charlie would want that, and oh boy, can you hear it now? This is a card of suspicion wrapped around her house, and look at the broken mirror. And you know what this means? Being around the cards that have a negative, well, this is negative, it's a death, loss, endings, being around a card that has, this is not a very positive reading, because we're laying it on the table, so to speak, and it's not good. But this can mean years of ill luck, but a broken, something broken. But you know what else means? It means the death of someone that's close to you. That's it for today, my darlings. We've gone on too long. Apologies for that. I will be reading more into this. We'll do a part 2 and beyond. Thank you so much. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up, a big heart to you, a thumbs up, subscribe for more. There's more coming. Be a watchman. Watch what she does. Watch the steps that she takes. Be blessed. I will be live Thursday night at 7 p.m. for a series for Halloween. Help, I'm Haunted. And again, Saturday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. And we will see you again very, very soon. Thanks a lot, my darlings, for watching. You be well, okay? Take care. Rest in peace, Charlie. Bye for now. I wanted to share something with you all, and it kind of took my breath away. So I'm so glad that you're here. Here we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Lady Zelda Kelly. I am with True Oracle. Today is October 9th of 2025. I wasn't going to do anything until tomorrow, but I had a little experience that I wanted to share with you. And by the way, we still have the kitty whisker. If you know, you know, right? I have been really meditating and concentrating on the situation with Charlie Kirk. It bothers me to have someone leave this earth in the manner that he did and have so many theories, upsets. Can I say lies? Yes, I think I can. But before I continue, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not law enforcement. I'm not a medical professional. I am a tarot profiler. I ask questions, and then we get some answers, and then we build on top of that. So today I want to ask questions about a visit that I received from Charlie. It was very short, very quickly. He was standing. I saw him. He looked beautiful. He was standing and he was pointing. So let's just say this is him here. and he was pointing in this direction. He was looking at me and pointing, and he was moving his finger like he was pointing at several people. I think this will be the first of many glimpses that I get to share with him. And this is why I have scheduled for October 14th. It's his birthday. That's next Tuesday at 7 p.m. We're going to try to do some EVPs, and it is in a very respectful way, I assure you. And I think that you'll enjoy this session that we have. We've done this before in other crime cases. For those of you who have already seen this type of thing, I know that it's very intriguing. And I will explain at the time of the video how that works. But for this video, I'm going to ask to please be respectful with comments. And I'm also going to say this is non-political because I can't put politics into this. This goes beyond, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to be just taking a moment, asking the cards a few things. I have House of Zelda, I have the Cartomancy deck here, and I have a small tarot deck, so in case we want to build on some of these questions. But let me know, do you see anything? Do you see some energy in the cloth as I shuffle? Let me know what you see. And I want you to know how much I appreciate each and every one of you. Your comments are, for the most part, very kind and very generous, and I appreciate you watching. Okay, so now we're asking, what was the visit? What did the visit that Charlie made to me in a dream state? What was this? What was the meaning of it? And I want you to know that when I get a visitation like that, it's different than a dream. I don't know how to explain it. Many of you may be able to. There's a lesson, okay? What is the lesson? What are we supposed to know? The pathway ahead, okay? Stolen. We do know that there were many things stolen. I feel so, in my opinion, that there were many things stolen on the bottom of the deck. Because, you know, the law of the land is usually he who has the gold rules, right? That's just the way it is. And I think that Charlie was being pressured. I think pointing was pointing at others, looking ahead. And we all recognize that not only was their assets, I'm going to say probably money and maybe even more, but his life was stolen from him. It was stolen from his children, from his family, even his wife. Okay, so now we have a direction. He's telling us that there's a lesson. We need to look more into this. And I have some ideas too about what happened on that fateful day. But I also know that he has communicated with, I'm going to say Candace Owens said that he came to her and said he was, you know, betrayed. That doesn't surprise me because, you know, Candace is doing the best she can. And, you know, I'm just going to say this. If this happened to me, I would want my best friend to do the same thing. If my husband wasn't, I'm not married, but if my spouse was not doing that, I would want my best friend to do it. I would want a good friend to do it. Okay. See, this is amazing because the cards are coming out with similar ideas. And how many times, tell me? This is at least, I believe, 4 times that this particular card has come out. This is a sign of Virgo. I would love to find if there is a Virgo in this group text that were being sent to Charlie. You know, Charlie said he was felt threatened, felt like somebody was going to unalive him. And this was like a day before, 2 days before. For those of you who have not seen this before, this is a card of the Hermit, also a Virgo. This card, you see this 6-pointed star of Solomon lighting the way. King David. I keep hearing the pathway. Is this hermit lighting up a pathway? And I think Charlie wanted to pull back to himself so he could pray, meditate, think. There's nothing wrong with that, and we are supposed to do that. But look at this. 3 of Wands, fire element. Lots of fire here. Passion and compassion. He was concerned about the growth of Turning Point and what was going on. But you see here, little ships. Isn't it amazing? When you look at the cards, there's so many things. But little ships on the water. So for me, I'm interpreting this as other ships, I'm going to say people, places that are out there floating, wanting to sail either in or away. And this is him wanting to explore other avenues, other ways. This is living an abundant life, which he had been, and he and his family, he provided very well for them. But there was an issue of money, and you know money always does different weird things. Look at this. The Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups is coming to someone peacefully, offering them a peaceful emotion, offering them negotiation, even love. I think he tried that. Now let's ask the Cartomancy. Now this little video may be shorter because I've got so many other videos that I want to come out, but I wanted to share that with you. I wanted to share, but I want to see what Charlie wants to tell us. So he's pointing, and I'm going to tell you, I think that there is going to be a lot of symbolism in how he is pointing the finger at many of these. Will they come to justice? I believe so. So where is he pointing the finger? This card here, amazing that it's come out. It's a 6 of Spades. It is telling us that there's being documents, letters, correspondence being held back. And how he wanted to change life, not change his perspective, not change Turning Point, but make a change within a different pathway ahead. This card has come out quite a bit. He was reflecting on some decisions. And he had pushback, that's for sure. But I want to ask the cards another question. But this is him reflecting, and I think a lot of this stemmed back to this past spring, is when he started getting some type of indication. It just wasn't in December, I'm getting. He wanted a brand new beginning. Now that's a partnership, but it's a love partnership, and I'm wondering if there was trouble in paradise. I believe there was. I don't know if you've heard this or not, and I've heard it, that there was a very important person that called Charlie Kirk after this happened and said, what do you know about the unaliving of Charlie, and she said, everything. How do you know everything if you weren't involved? That's a question I just want to put out there. But this is a card of loving partnership, marriage, sharing your life, being together. And this, amazingly enough, is a partnership in business, sharing responsibilities, working in a partnership. And this is all about money. This past summer, money, it's lump sums of money, working to make money, working for a common goal of not only just wages and salary, but for riches. See, I'm going to tell you the position that from my past readings and my personal readings that I do. I just feel that Erica wanted growth beyond measure with turning. I think she was getting to the point where sometimes this happens in a couple that work together, but I think she just wanted to really go to the next level. And money was a motivating factor for her. I think Charlie is very down to earth. And money is really great because he understands, how can you help others if you don't have the means to help others, right? That's just kind of his motto. I understand that and appreciate that. But this also indicates a break from expansion. And I think that's where Charlie was, and Erica, oh boy. This card came up in her reading, swindled. There's a lack of trust. I think that Charlie was just getting to the point where he was questioning the position that Eric was coming from, because I've explained this card before. This is a card of back in the old days, couple of centuries or so ago, when readers would read this card. This is a card of getting in bed with the devil. Ooh, that gives me chills just to even think about it. There's the yes card. So I think we're on the right track, understanding where Charlie is coming from. He's going to start pointing the finger at many people. And how will he do that from beyond? First of all, I do believe that Charlie is no longer here on this plane. I do not believe he's in witness protection. I believe that he may have thought about doing something like that, but I do believe that he was betrayed, as he said. I believe that there was a situation where he thought about that, and I believe that they rigged a specific way for this to happen. And we'll talk about that soon, because I don't want to muddy the waters here. So how is he going to do this? Pointing the finger. Sometimes energy can bring things to the surface. Have you ever, as an example, let's just say an earthquake, even though it tears things down, can actually turn the earth over. It's like jiggling it, so shaking the situation so that things are revealed. I believe that energy is starting to really happen. And it's not only happening with Candace Owens, it is happening with many others as well. For him to reveal just that pointing, and it didn't say a word, just pointing the finger, just as in, we need to look further into this. Now, who am I? Well, on that grand scale. But let's see if there's a final message here. I hope you all join me on Tuesday night at 7 p.m. because this will be very interesting. I've actually had in previous cases, if you've never seen these things before, victims, energy. Now that's what we're going to be talking. We're going to be talking to energy. But victims coming forward and naming names of the people that were around them when we would ask who did this, and they would name names. It's quite fascinating. Very fascinating. This is serious. Okay. And look at here. 2 black cats and a cat whisker. This is very serious. Serious enough where I think there's going to be more things surface. There's going to be a shakeup. Believe me. And I believe that other things are going to be coming out too. And yes, I know that Erica said she would never get married again. Well, my darlings, I think I've said that too. Never say never. Never say never. Now, you saw me shuffle these cards, and that same card comes out. Okay, so this is Charlie telling us that even though this will be a shakeup, it's going to come peacefully. That's really all he's ever really known, is peace, love, understanding. And look at this. Regret, anxiety, regret not paying attention to other things and being distracted. Final message here. Final message, my darlings, final message. The 4 of Hearts, hurt. I would say so. On the bottom of the deck, this is a card that indicates an indecision. He did not know what to do. He did. He knew what he wanted to do. But he had a lot of people start to come down on him because he was losing donors for a particular reason. And you know what? Whatever their agenda was not Charlie's agenda. This is serious. This is serious. The black cat's coming forward. A black cat is certainly not bad luck at all. They get a bad rap this time of year especially. By the way, it's getting to be Halloween. If you have black little sweethearts, keep them indoors if you can. But a little black kitty, when they come in through, when cats come through, that's an indication of a higher vibration. My cats are very sensitive to that sort of thing. And I think many of you that watch this, your kitties are too. But a black cat brings forward mystery, hidden things, a particular knowledge that has been maybe hidden, buried for a while. And you see this little fellow, you see this overlooked evidence, but this little fellow is sitting on a book. Now, I made these. I designed some of this art. But this little fellow is laying on an open book. That means that there's so much more to be discovered. All we have to do is look for it. My darlings, I want to thank you so much. This is it for now. I just wanted to share this with you. I look forward to bringing you more, and I probably will between now, which is Thursday, and Tuesday. And don't forget, tonight, a little Halloween thing that I'm doing. It's a lot of fun. A series called Help, I'm Haunted. I tell scary stories, paranormal oddities, all kinds of good little things, and we have a giveaway too. So stop by at 7 p.m. Join the fun. You're going to really love it. We have a great time. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Watch, subscribe, share, like, and especially comment. I read every one of them. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you again very soon. Bye. Bye for now. Hello there, my darlings. Welcome. Today is Sunday, October the 12th, 2025, and I want to talk to you today about a little something I do not believe that anyone else is sharing with you. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. I'm Lady Zelda Kelly with True Oracle, and I'm here today to show you a little bit of something, and I have my own numerology type, a method, I'm going to call it that, of the Zeldan. I call it a Zeldan Codex. And it's all about reduction of numbers. It's all about working with numbers. Numbers are our life. That's it. We are in numbers. I've got it here. I've got a little piece of paper here that I do a little demonstration on, and this has to be with Donald Trump. Now, first of all, we're not going to get political. We're not going to do it. And if you want to get political, don't comment because they're not going to come through, okay? Because I want to be respectful. But this is about events. It has nothing to do with the political side of things. The event that happened to Donald Trump, where there was an attempted taking out, unaliving, that happened on 7/13/2024. So if we add all these up, okay, we get to the number 10, and it reduces to a number 1. That is for Donald J. Trump. Now, for Charlie Kirk, that happened September the 10th of 2025. We add all of these up, and it reduces to what? A number 10, and what? A number 1. And that is for Charlie Kirk. Now, I want to also show you this, especially for Charlie Kirk. We are in the number 9 year. So what you do is you add all of those together, and it comes up to a number 9. Next year is a number 10. What happens in a number 10? You reduce it, and it comes back to 1. We are preparing for a brand new phase over the next 10 years. It's amazing that this has happened. So what is all this? What does all this mean? They both reduce to the primordial 1. That is the pulse of creation, the spark that starts every sequence. So in my codex terms, a 1 equals fire. Fire is the act of will, the word made manifest. To have it repeat in consecutive years is very rare. That's what I'm talking about here. That's what I want to tell you about. So what does this suggest? It is not a coincidence. It is an echo. Fire tried to deliver a message once, and it was unheard. It was not delivered. There was not an outcome. They're both unfortunate. But then it returned again through air. So I want to talk to you now about something else. Because across the maps, you know, we have the United States here. Yeah, no artist here, okay? So we're not going to, there's Texas, hello. We get it, right? There's a line that goes straight across the United States. It is the 40th parallel line. Butler, Pennsylvania, Butler, Pennsylvania, I'm going to say right around in here, and Orem, Utah, right around in here, give or take now, I'm no artist. is on the 40th ley line. It's the latitude that arcs from the Atlantic to the Rockies, and it touches New York, Boulder, Colorado, Salt Lake City. It is a belt of thresholds where invention, population, and confrontation meet. So, in Codex numerology, my own, 40 is not a number of doom, but of a passage. It marks a span required for transformation, 40 units of trial before a renewal. The earth herself keeps this measure. Cities on the 40th ley line here often host moments that redefine how nations see themselves. But it gathers people, power, possibility in one narrow band. The ancients may have called it a testing corridor. The modern mind calls it a coincidence of geography. And you know what? I think the truth lies somewhere in between. And the first event was fire. It's the ignition. The second event, so this is the fire. The second event is air. It's the broadcast. The same root number, 1, appears twice, but its element shifts from the visible to the unseen, because we can see fire, obviously, but we can't see air. We can feel it. We know the effects of it. Fire burns. Air carries smoke, sound, and word. Together, they both form a bridge of revelation. And it's a message leaving one era and entering into another. Let's talk a minute about the number 40. 40 is significant since the days of creation. There was 40 days in the wilderness. It was a testing and purification of Jesus. Fasting, being in the desert. It mirrors Moses' 40 days on Sinai and Elijah's 40 days journey into Oreb. Each story marks spiritual trial and a season between the old self and the empowered one who returns. There are 40 days and nights of rain, which is cleansing and renewal. 40 years in the wilderness, obviously, but that is transformation and formation. 40 weeks of gestation. That is, 40 weeks is usually the time before birth, approximately. It's the physical mirrors of the spiritual, and the revelation takes 40 units of time to ripen. Other 40s that echo in line with this cycle: 40 days between resurrection and ascension, alchemy's 40 stages, the long purification of matter into gold, or spirit into light. So across traditions of the number 40, it means threshold incubation, probation, and a precise span needed for transformation to be complete. Now, I know you're saying, but Zelda, what the heck does this matter? It does. It does. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. So stay with me. Stay with me. I'm going to tell you this. The 40 is a measure of gestation. It's a time that it takes for an idea to become form. It's a testing phase before renewal. It reminds us that upheaval, however upsetting and violent, often can precede a collective rebirth of awareness. And I believe that has happened with Charlie. Definitely. The 40th parallel then is not such a cursed line. It's a planet's incubator of realization. So wherever events coverage along it something as humanity is being forced to mature. Was this Charlie Kirk's destiny? As violent, as horrific, as awful as it is, I think Charlie would look at this as almost being a promotion. However, he surmised something. He knew something was going on. He knew something was up. Perhaps the 40th parallel isn't a mark on a map at all, but a mirror held across the continent, showing all of this coming together. 2 sparks, 1 line. Not politics, not prophecy, a pattern of fire becoming a breath, the breath of air, and it becomes the next question. It's quite amazing, quite amazing. So we're going to get into the cards because I have some questions about this. Because I believe, and thank you very much for indulging me and my lack of artistic value here. But I've been meditating and thinking about this for quite a few days. And I'm going to tell you there's too many similarities between those 2 events. Rooftop, open air, giving us a narrative before we actually know the truth. I don't think we still know the truth about Butler, Pennsylvania, and I'm not so sure we're going to know the truth about Orem, Utah. And you can see there's a kitty that is meowing because the energy is raising. So now I have some other questions, because I believe that with this gestation period being on the 40th parallel, it's going to spawn, it's going to give us birth to a lot of questions. I know you have a lot of questions in your mind, and I do too. So my darlings, here we go. I'm just going to tell you, in my opinion, now, I am not a lawyer, I'm not a doctor, I'm not law enforcement. I am a tarot profiler. I don't conjure, I don't cast, I don't any of those things. I like to read the energies of different people and situations. And I have more questions. The deeper I dig into this, the more questions I have. So in my opinion, and that's really what it is, my darlings, because you know, this is entertainment purposes only, right? And I like to be here entertaining you because I think we are like-minded in this. I don't believe this is such a mystery. I'm also going to tell you, in my opinion, I do not believe that the direction of where this supposed to came from, obviously, we've talked about it, was not from the rooftop. I believe that it was right in front of him. And we're going to get into it, and we're going to see exactly where that came from. Now, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I just want you to know that. I'm going to raise a question, so you can raise the question in your mind. First card out from the House of Zelda is Poetic Justice. I believe that is coming. I believe the more that we talk about this, the more that we raise questions, the more the truth will have to be revealed. And right now, we're just going to ask what truth that we need to know, what information. I have so many questions, but you know, it's very hard to put so many questions into one reading. So this may be a part 1 or a continuing saga. Let's do that. Abandoned. Overlooked evidence. What's on the bottom of the deck? Let's see this. Seek more knowledge. And I believe we need to do that. I think we need to continue to seek, because there is a vast area that I don't think that we've even touched on yet. Let me put that over here. Bring these down here. Poetic Justice. It's all about timing. And I want you to know this. That's amazing that this came up, because do you know there's about a 60-second to a 120-second gap between when this happened to Charlie and then what happened next. There's about a 2-minute gap of not knowing of what is happening. Think about this. It's not clear. For the first 2 minutes after this happened with Charlie, it went into complete chaos. But I'm going to tell you, all of these students had phones. And you're not going to convince me, whomever out there, that someone else doesn't have footage. And maybe they're afraid to come forward. I think I would be, and to a certain... That's very intimidating. The travel that Charlie was making and planning on, he had everything scheduled. But poetic justice is coming. But for whom? I am very concerned, I'm going to say it, for Tyler Robertson. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that. Tyler. Let's just say Tyler. My goodness. For Tyler, I'm very concerned because I keep thinking of Lee Harvey Oswald. And I am sorry I'm having difficulty today. Oh my. It's the energy of bringing this to you, and I'm going to slow down a minute and let this happen. I am concerned of the Lee Harvey Oswald situation and Tyler, and you all know what I mean. We're not going to say these words. And it's all about the timing. That is supposed to happen, his timing of another hearing on October 30th. I did say I was going to try to stream it, but I'm not going to be able to because it is in federal court and you can't stream. It's not public. So it's travel. But look at this. Time is needed. Time is needed. We've been kept in the dark. You see this? And as we light the way, more information will come out for us. Abandoned. I feel that a lot of things in July of 2024, when that happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, was abandoned. I believe that there is an abandonment here in this particular situation with Charlie and Orem, Utah. An abandonment of many things, including in Turning Point. I think there's a total upset on the interior side of Turning Point because I believe everybody believes and knows what happened, and nobody really wants to talk about it, including Erica. Overlooked evidence. I'm going to say this. I think that part has been abandoned as well. And I'm also going to say, in my opinion, I believe a lot of this overlooked evidence was on purpose. We've seen things during that whole, and I've watched that video many times, not because I want to see dear Charlie get that happen to him, but I want to see what's going on. Remember, look up. Look up. There are some cards that just fell out. We're going to take them. They fell like this. Yes, I can see that. Another one came out on the bottom of the deck. Okay. Now, what do these mean? This is all about a timing, my darlings. And this is going to be an emotional timing, and it's almost going to be divinely orchestrated. Almost, I think so. There's been a lot of actual good that have come out of this. People finding themselves, realizing that life can be worth living. This is in a very, very emotional time. But look at this. This Queen of Pentacles representing healing in finances. So we know that Charlie was concerned about some donors and losing them. Are they coming back to the table now that Charlie is no longer there? Is the financial situation with Turning Point starting to heal again? Because there were some problems that Charlie found out. And what did he say to some people the day before? He thought someone was going to try to unalive him. They, is what he said. Now, I don't know if you ever noticed this or not, but any time when Charlie would be speaking, he would turn his rings. And that, from what I understand, was a signal that he was very concerned about his safety. And you can see in this video that he was turning his ring. He was concerned. Now, Turning Point is forging head on. Forging away, forging through things, because they feel they're not done yet. They've got something that they want to accomplish financially. This is an air sign too. Amazing. We're talking about fire signs and air signs today. We have a water sign, an earth sign, and now an air sign. We're missing that fire so far. But now look at this. The Six of Pentacles, also an earth, very, very grounding. But look at this. Look at what he's holding. Because, see, this is a card about giving. So are the donors back to giving again? And do they feel more balanced that Charlie is gone? Now I have another question, and we're going to be pulling some more cards out here. I have another question, and I think I mentioned it. I do not believe that this happened. I believe that this happened in front of him. And you know what I mean. I'm going to be careful. I believe this happened in front. But there's something else that I keep seeing over and over again. Let's see if it comes up. There is Charlie's concern, but this is not Charlie. See, this is a card of need for caution and actually being cautioned not to overextend or overspend. So does this card talking about this person? Yes, I believe so. A very strong financial backing. This card represents a businessman that is energetic, but needs, I'm going to say maybe sometimes a little prodding. But they need to feel needed in business. That's this person. It's not Charlie. But this card indicates that there is a need for help with money. That's why this card is here. But this card here is a worry financially. There is a worry, a concern. So was this person one person that was dictating financially what was going on? We're going to see, because right here is an education card. It's a card basically of saying, look, if we're not going to do it one way, it's a new idea card. Maybe we can do it another way. We can learn how to keep things away. And I think at some point they were all trying, whoever was involved with this, were all trying to say, look, maybe we can keep this from Charlie this much longer. We don't want to lose our donors. Isn't it amazing that it just doesn't matter that follow the money? This is a card of fall, of autumn. It's a card of almost a reconciliation. A card tells us that it's all about the home and all about coming home and all about finances. And this card comes up a lot in these readings. There is the decision to make. And I'm going to tell you, I think Charlie was making that decision because he was worried about money and he was worried about this one person. I want to find out about this person. Definitely the money man. Definitely the deep pockets. And you know, there's an old saying, he who has the money rules. However, when you take that power from them, that's something they don't like. And they'll come out in different ways. And we've seen what happened to Charlie. I do not believe that it is Tyler, in my opinion, and I believe the narrative that we've been fed has been wrong. But I want to ask about that. This is a card. It's amazing how these cards come out. This is a card of sharing money. This person here is indecisive about sharing money. It's about making investments. And then this, I'm going to tell you, this happened. Maybe if we counted back 40 days from the day that Charlie was unalived, we could probably see a revelation with Charlie into seeing all of this happen in the summer. Because this is a summer timing card, but it's about money. Deciding about how to make money work for you. And then this is a side of isolation. Isolating yourself. And I think Charlie was very concerned about, should he stay to the side? Should he isolate himself? But Charlie stood on his faith and had no fear of this, even though he felt something was going to happen. But my question is, did he share that with Erica? This is a definite card of loss, but it's also a card of the winter. It's a card of endings. It's a card of, again, loss, but now it's a card of legal issues, but it also can mean death. And yes, it is about Charlie. Charlie knew this card right here is a gambling card. It's not casino, it's as in situation. Taking a risk. He knew it was a risk. He knew it was a gamble. But look at what we have again. The Four of Clubs. Being swindled. He knew that somebody was on the take. And this is a card of being in bed again with the devil. And I believe that's what he felt. But I want to know about the shot. This is Erica between two tens. She's being flanked by a change, the change of job, a change of work. And I'm going to say maybe even a change of home, change of lifestyle. And this is a card of putting things in place. It's a new beginning card. It's a new, finding a new pathway. Isn't that amazing? And we have here, because we can correlate this. We didn't talk about this. This is a partnership card coming together. But then we have this ace who's stomping on this card because this card is not flanked by good cards. But we can look above and say, look, this is a new education. It's a new time. But this is an ending of that partnership. And look at the tens. All timing, 30 days. Making sacrifices, interference by a third party. Someone pretending they're something that they're not. Can I say double agent? Can I say someone has a duality here? Two-faced? Can we say that? Of course. There's new paperwork, new telephone calls, new business, but there's a warning that comes with this card. The warning is to make sure what you read, make sure what you do, because this is going to be a test. And up here, in alignment with this card, is a card of education. So there's definitely a test that's going to be happening for Erica as the new leader, one of the new leaders of Turning Point. There are a lot of hidden things and regret. And I believe that Erica will be feeling the regret of everything what has happened. I believe in my heart that Charlie was, I'm trying to find the words. I will in a minute. Interference. There was definitely an interference here because there were so many people, 3 people that were trying to talk him into leaving things status quo, and he refused. He found out big secrets, big lies, and how he was being stolen, how this was being stolen from him, but especially that, look, I'll donate, but I want a control type situation, which he was not going to have. I believe that Charlie was not only manipulated, but I think that he was double-crossed. That's what I'm getting at. You see the two-face, the doubles, double-crossed. He wasn't in fear for himself. He was in fear for his children, his family. But he came across these things that were not true. And I believe at the last minute, because Charlie wanted to make that break, there is the 5 of diamonds. It's a break from that routine of accepting this up here. My. The uncertainty. And look at this. The uncertainty, oh, I'm just seeing something. This is a partner marriage-ship card, and the uncertainty of this and the uncertainty of being double-crossed, two-faced. Oh. And this takes on the persona of perhaps what Erica really was. This takes on the persona of this charming, adorable, obedient wife, the traditional wife, so to speak. However, there wasn't that there. But charming is the word that comes out with this. Having lots of ability, but being strong in as much as not blinking an eye. I think we might have seen that. The 3s, being flanked by the 3s. See, she's being flanked here by 10s. Now she's flanked by 3s. She's wanting the stability of life, being able to go forward. And there's a pregnancy card. Is she expecting? I don't know. Would she announce it? Most likely. Is she waiting for the right time? If she is, she's waiting for the right time. Some emotional stability there, but if it is not a pregnancy, it is all about a brand new beginning. And that's what she's getting. Of lifelong security, and look, there's another gentleman there. Mark my words. She says not, but if she's accepting money and people are telling her what to do, that answer will be, I do. Yes. This is a lump sum of money and knowing what you're worth. But this yes card comes with a card that tells us all about frustration, biting off more that you can chew, difficulty getting their point across. She will find out that she is being used as a point person. She will feel the fulfillment in the beginning. However, in my opinion, Erica is being used. And you see, we've got a lot of doubles here. That is confirmation for me in the way that I read, because that will be a success. And maybe that's all she wants. But there is going to be a time when she wants to get away from this, wants to leave this, and she's not going to be able to, because she's going to be tied in the hurt from the past. And this gentleman here, if she takes up with him, her life as she knows it will not be the same. Now, I want to know about that fatal moment coming from the front. Two people sacrificed, basically saying that they had to wait and see what was going to happen. Let me grab these cards. Well, give me a second, my darlings. I need to grab another deck. Here we are. This is the hidden deck, and if you'd like to learn how to read the hidden deck the way that I read it, there is a downloadable ebook that I've written in the Psychic Shop, and I'll leave a link at the end of this video. I want to know, we want to know, last words. Okay, my darlings, I'm going to tell you this. There was a person in front that gestured. I'm going to say that I believe, based on what I see here, that it was something. Okay, look at this. I'm going to say there was a trail in the front of where Charlie was. Could this have been from his microphone? Watch the videos. That was my question. And the answer is there were persons in the front that made that happen. And there is the woman that is behind the man on this. Sevens coming out again. Let's see what these sevens are for Erica. We do have 1 7 that is like that, but we have, oops, pardon me, we have a 7. Look, the same sevens, my darlings, coming out. So it's a confirmation of this, and then this is death and loss. Watch the video again. I believe that something detonated. That's my opinion, and I definitely can be wrong. Look into, and I'll admit it if I'm wrong. And there is getting, okay, there was more that Charlie just bit off too much that he could chew. He tried to go within, and he trusted some of these people, and fortunately, or unfortunately rather, he was unable to trust. My darlings, there's going to have to be another part 2 for this one as well. This is getting a little long on the bottom of the deck. It is all about money. Sad this man lost his life. Let's get a final word from the tarot here. The Queen of Cups. You know who that Queen of Cups is, my darlings. I'll show you. Let me move this down. Yes, Zelda always does this. Hello. And as you read from me, you're going to see this Queen of Cups is equal to the Queen of Hearts. That is a Scorpio water sign. At the bottom of the deck, peace. That's what Charlie wants. Final word from the House of Zelda. We sure do have a lot of missing information, and the key to unlock the information is out there. Someone has it, and we're going to keep looking. My darlings, thank you so much for being here. Don't forget, Tuesday night, October 14th, I will be doing EVPs on this channel, reading the energy of Charlie Kirk. We're not conjuring. We're not doing any of that. We're not casting. I don't believe in that. But we're going to ask for information to come forward. And if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Let's get together. Let's have some time together and respectfully talk about things. I think that's a good thing that we do that. On the bottom of the deck, this is it. And I thank you so much. Oh yeah, definitely contact coming to. That means more information is coming out. More information. And right now it's sealed. It is hidden. But it will be coming, my darlings. Thanks for being here. Please do me a favor. Like, subscribe. Click the notification bell because you want to see exactly what's going on. Have a beautiful day, my darlings. And I will see you again Tuesday night, 7 p.m. New York, America time. For those of you who are out of the country or in different time zones, I appreciate you. You be well and take care. I'll see you again next time.